their their economy. And it's quite sad. And I mean, it's evident. Africa is everything we need. We have food, we have minerals, we have all the resources and the facilities to continue without first world countries, but they don't have that. Look at Europe for one. Europe goes through different seasons, and their cold seasons are really cold, where they are unable to produce food, for example. So they dependent on their importing system, where they have to import most of their food, and most of their food, or most of the countries that they import from, is third world countries. So again, going back to the topic, are African currencies useless? Useless, since all our transactions are done in dollars. You know, it makes us question as Africans, should we continue going on the way we going on? Because all we're doing right now is we destabilizing our African countries by continuing to trade with the dollar. But I will leave it at that. I'd like to give everybody a chance to speak, as this is a debate and we need to share our opinions with one another. And I'd also just like to include that there's no wrong, there's no right. We are here to listen and to learn from one another. And we're also here to, besides learning from one another, we're here to respect one another's opinions as Africans. So, Dr. David, I guess we can open the floor to opinions. Hi, hi Mo. I see you just entered. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I am saying thank you very much. I'm sorry I was speaking on my own without opening the microphone. But now I have opened the microphone. I want to thank you very much for those opening remarks that are sharp, piercing. Why do we then settle our imports in dollars? Why? 54 currencies. 54 currencies. As you fly from Nairobi towards South Africa, you cross about 10 currencies. By even 20 currencies, you are going to pass Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Lesotho, and then you land around here, Swaziland, Etwani. You see how many currencies are there? Then you reach the rand. And now, why should you have a rand with a dignified country like South Africa? Then you go and use the dollar to clear your goods. Why? Was it just put there? Was it just put there to cause chaos for us? Is it not causing chaos for us? Is it not? It is causing chaos. It is subjecting us to colonialism of the highest degree. It is subjecting us to, we are already attached. You can't go away. If you touch something, they say, do you know the most worrying thing and the most worrying part, ladies and gentlemen? That the African Development Bank, the one that we call our African Development Bank, do you know that African Development Bank banks its reserves in American Reserve Bank? So our bank that we use our own name, African Development Bank, borrows money, takes money from the American Reserve Bank, comes to lend African projects and the government, and we are happy. We have been happy. And we created the African Development Bank. How many people have shares? Instead, it was shares were bought by the foreign countries. It is sad, very sad, therefore, for us as Africans after 65 years of independence. Surely, 65 years of independence, we still look at a dollar. You have to have a dollar. If you want to go to Europe, you have to run around your country looking for a pound or a euro. Why can't these people also change? And the one thing that pains me most is the people coming from Europe or from, and this goes to the ministers of tourism. If I were a minister of tourism or a minister of state in any African country, I would raise the fees for a visa and pay that visa in foreign currency. And when you come from America, you only spend, if you are in a hotel, you spend the dollar, but not you don't touch my currency. You don't touch my currency. I saw this work in Zimbabwe, Dr. Madiron. I saw it work in Zimbabwe. And that was then when the Zimbabwe dollar was very strong. When I went to Zimbabwe in the year 1999. And because I was a COMESA, the people looked at me and said, you are COMESA. You can spend, we can allow you to square in dollars. But if you are not COMESA, if you had not been with a Ugandan passport, if you came with a British passport, then you'll pay in dollars or pounds, whatever it is. In that way, Africa earns the currency. But for us, we have opened, we can't go with a South African rand in the United States of America and you sit and pay for it. They say, someone looks at it and said, which currency is this? What is this paper? What is this paper? The highest currencies that have reached the European market is the Kenya currency, Kenya shilling. Kenya shilling is on the listing at the Heathrow Airport. You can buy a Kenya shilling. It is strong. The South African rand is also is strong. The Nigerian naira is not there. And yet Nigeria is the biggest country with the biggest population, production in terms, consumption in terms in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Do we need these currencies? Isn't it time for us to do away and get one currency that can be very strong? Let me now invite my first speaker who was here. Mohammed, you are next. I know you are putting up your hand. You want to run away. But there was somebody who was here that requested to speak. And it is Dr. Alfred Mudohi. Welcome, Dr. Alfred Mudohi, to give us your wisdom on this question of currencies.
Thank you very much, Dr. David. Can you hear me?
We hear you 100%.
Okay, perfect. Well, I usually want to do a bit of research before I make comments on things, but since you invited me to speak, I'm just gonna have to improvise. So yes, Going to your question, African currencies are useless since all transactions are done in dollars. From my perspective, yes, they are useless. That's the sad truth. Our currencies are useless. Then the question would be, why are they useless? We have to pose the questions like, okay, there's a conspiracy behind the death of Colonel Gaddafi, that he wanted to introduce a sole currency that each country that would want to come to buy oil from Libya, for example, would have to pay in a golden currency. And for that reason, that was going to affect or to destabilize the euro and the US dollars. So he was eliminated, right? So we as Africans, we need to see how can we unite from the northern part of Africa to the southern part of Africa, from the western part of Africa to the eastern part of Africa. We need to find a way, especially with our leaderships, need to find a way where we can come up with a currency that will be respected, that will make us more powerful, because we do have the resources as Africans. We have a lot of mineral resources, be it diamonds, be it lithium, be it oil. So what we need to do is to find ways now on how to enhance our currency, to make it stronger. So it can be, we can say it can be pegged against the oil or the gold that we have as a continent. So I think this is the only way probably our currencies could be useful, if we have one currency that will be recognized throughout Africa. I think I'm not sure enough, but I think I came across some article at some point which mentioned 14 African currencies like that that are pegged against a euro. They are former French colonies. I do not know if there's someone in the audience, or I don't know if Dr. David, if you have an idea of how that currency work and what's the economy in those 14 French countries are. So if anyone has an idea about how that currency performs, we can also have a global view on how a African currency would perform. And another point that I would like to raise is, how will we also be able to have a say in the global economics? We need to make sure that instead of us, Africa, just exporting our minerals, be it gold or be it oil, crude oil, we need to make sure that we focus on also being able to process these raw materials that we find from the ground. Because if you see, we Africans, we have a tendency that we sell, like Nigeria, you mentioned, is the country with the largest economy in Africa, yet its currency is not recognized worldwide. They have a lot of oil in Nigeria. What do? They sell the crude oil to the Europeans, and the Europeans probably have companies that process the same oil, and we have to buy it maybe 5 times as much as they paid to buy the raw oil. So as Africans, we need to make sure that we focus on having institutions, having be it industries, factories that process our minerals, so that we only sell the actual finished product. This will make also our currency, our so-called one currency that we are looking forward to have, strong. But if we continue along the line that we have, having different currencies, we will continue to be irrelevant in the world, basically. So yes, that's what I can say for now, that our currencies are useless unless we as Africans get together via our leaderships, decide to have a currency that we peg based on the vast resources that we have under the ground. Then, and until then, will we have a voice in the world. But of course, it's not going to be easy. It's not like the external powers would really want to see that happen. So what will they do? We will definitely have to expect more division, like the divide and conquer strategy. We will have to expect more promotion for tribalism, more promotion for these borders that were set when Africa was partitioned during colonization, or during the colonialism era. So we need to get rid of those borders. In Europe, if you look at in Europe, they used to have different currencies. Italy had its own currency, Germany had its own currency. France had its own currency. All of these European countries, what did they do? They got rid of the borders that separate them economically and also physically. And they introduced a sole currency. And now the euro is one of the most competing currencies. So we should basically copy. We already have a template of how these things work, how these economies can become stronger. I was actually angry at some point when I was reading some article which mentioned that there were four people that wanted to go to an African country. I'm just generalizing it basically. So there were four people that wanted to go to Africa. Among those four people, one was African. Right? So the other three were Europeans. And it is the African that had to apply for a visa to go to another African country. Yet the other Europeans did not need a visa to go to an African country. That's just ridiculous. That's just how it's a mess. That's how big of a mess Africa is in. When an African person, the one who belongs to the continent, needs to apply for a visa to go to another African country, yet Europeans can easily come without a visa, then we have a problem. You see, we are still keeping on the values of tribalism, on the values of the borders that were put in place during when Africa was divided. So the moment we get rid of these and then establish our own currency, because we have the resources, and focus on building ourselves, Africa can be self-sufficient. Me, I believe in a self-sufficient Africa, and I don't see anything that can impede us to do that if we work together. But as long as we have leaders who are probably compromised, who are not willing to really stand for what Africa has to offer, the likes of Thomas Sankara. We had people like Thomas Sankara who were leaders who were devoted in making sure that their country succeeds, their country thrives. We need more leaders like that. We don't need leaders that are easily influenced or enticed by loans and then sell out our continent. So yeah, just to close, I would just say, Dr. David, African currencies are useless as long as we are divided, as long as we continue respecting these borders which separate us. But the moment that we decide to speak with one voice, we will definitely have a stronger currency. And Africa alone can be self-sufficient. We have the land, we can grow, we can farm, we can provide ourselves with food. We have very educated Africans throughout the globe. So if those people come back because we have made our environment conducive for them to thrive, Africa can make it, and nothing is going to impede us from prospering. Okay, that's all I can say, Doctor, for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. You have. I know I took you by surprise, but you have managed to point out very serious areas. The country, there are so many countries. When you stand at Heathrow Airport and you are going to Southern Africa, let's say to South Africa, the lady at Terminal 5 asks you, where can I see your visa? And then on this other side, next next stand or next next stand, they are being shown the passport and say, no problem, I'll get the visa on arrival. And for you, an African who should be gaining fast entry, you are told that there is no, if you have no visa, you are not coming into the plane. Ivan, I have Cecil Rhodes. Ivan, I have allowed you to speak, and I'm going to call you shortly from Kenya. Thank you very much. So it is something you have raised as serious. These are serious things. We have a currency. We have several currencies. Do they help us? Then we go and settle. They need dollars for us to pay for our imports. Nobody gives us imports for free using our currency. That's why you see when you bring in something like called the BRICS, you have touched the center point. And the center point there is they don't want to hear, because if you use the currency, the Russians are using the rupees against for just oil. You give them this, they give you, they don't care. Indians are using rupees. They are buying oil from Russia using rupees. And Russia is accepting that currency. Then it comes also to buy goods from India, which are needed using the rupees. In fact, you can do oil for commodities. South Asian countries, Asian, they have now decided that they will be using their local currencies only. They are not going to wait for a dollar. Recently in Kenya, the dollar climbed to 145. I think there are Kenyans here who will bear me out and say that that is true. You want to buy a dollar in Kenya to go to London or to go to America, it climbed to 145. The pound climbed to 175 for a Kenya shilling. The pound, the pound went high. It was going to reach 200 pounds for 1 shilling. 1 shilling for 200, 1 pound for 200 shillings. 21.75. It is sad. Welcome, Brunel, and pick the microphone, madam. I've sent you the mic. Thank you very much for coming to our show again. Professor Lumumba, if my production team can pick what Brunel has put, you pick that talk of Professor Lumumba? He's trying to join here, and but he's not. I don't know. I have to teach him how to use the Twitter handle. Can you pick his speech? It is there on our chat. The speech is there, and play it for us as we wait, as we listen. He weighs in so that people can. Can you do that, Stephen, in Nairobi? Yes. Get that speech and bring it when you are ready. You give me a signal. Meanwhile, let me hear from Mohammed. Welcome to the show, my brother. The currencies. You are the one yesterday, the other day, who said the currencies are useless.
Well, thank you, Dr. David, for giving me the honor to join your space for the second time. Yes, it is useless because to make it useful, how to make it useful? First, our leaders has to come together and to make one African market like the European market. This is one, because the currency is based on the trade balance between countries. We have no trade balance between us. This is the problem. I think Egypt, when Egypt was the president of the African Union, we put very I call it very ambitious project, which is a railway between Cairo and Cape Town. You can imagine if we have one railway train to be between linking the Mediterranean with Cape Town in South Africa. And this main line is joined by many other lines from East and West Africa to create a gate for the African product to Europe or to the world. Then, when after when we have a good communication or a good transportation lines between African countries, the trade balance will increase because I know how much is the table salt in Central Africa. It's very expensive comparing to a country which is on the ocean. We can do this trade balance. We can create this African market, common African market. And then slowly, when we bring all or most African countries at the same or almost near from each other, economical wise, then we can create the African currency. Many countries will not be happy with that. We don't expect it will be, the road full of roses. No, it will be full of mud, fire, and coups, because unfortunately,
Don't forget assassinations.
Yeah, exactly. Um, as long as we have some leaders are just the echo of the West in Africa, this, unfortunately, this will not happen. It's a dream, but going to the moon
So
was a dream.
what Mohammed, for you, what do you think we can do? What can we do to make sure?
First let's link the African countries together by a cheap way of transport, because the price of any product, part of it, it's a transportation. We can use the Nile as a transportation in north, but from the south to the north we can use a railway, train. This is one of the cheapest thing in a transportation. It can take many loads in one go in a cheap way of for a transfer, better than trucks. And most of the countries in Africa, they are not stable, but one railway, Cairo, Cape Town, and then we start from this, we can spread east and
How will
and
this
west.
railway work when you can't even have a visa? You need to have a visa to go to Egypt. You need to
We
have a
can sort
visa to
it.
go to Congo.
We
You
can
need to have
sort
a
it.
visa to enter South Sudan. We
Okay.
need to have a visa to go to Nigeria. No, I'm waiting. You are talking of a railway. We can lay the railway. What is the priority first for Africa to be united? I was on
so let,
another platform. I was on
Mhm.
another. Mohammed, hold the fire. I will give you time. I was on another platform of Zimbabwe a few hours ago. I explained what African Union should look like. Our education system is wrong. Our banking system is wrong. You see, everything of ours has been, it has been wrong throughout. For example, the African Union today should have a bank. An organization called African Union should set up a bank. If we had good leadership, we should have set up our own African Union bank, where our African heads of state and the governments have shares, and they get from those shares, and we fund projects in Africa. But instead, here we go for loans which are more expensive. China loans are very expensive. They are going to kill us. They are going to break us down one of these days. They will seize our airports. They will seize our hospitals. They are going to seize our roads. They will say, before you pass here, you pay us before. So there is mismanagement of our African Union, which has led us to where we are. I don't know, Mohammed, hold that thought. Then you come to finish. Let me ask whether Piero Lumumba's speech is ready. Can you put it on right now? Radio Punchline, yes. Go ahead with Piero Lumumba's speech. I invite all of you to listen to his.
The shilling zone. I fly from Nairobi, Kenya for 1.5 hours. I come from the shilling zone. I go into the beer. 33 currencies in Africa. 33 currencies. None of which is used to conclude transactions anywhere. I come to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and I show my shilling. They say, what is this? But let me show the dollar. Oh, this is it. Let me show the euro. This is it. 80% of transactions in Africa are concluded outside of the continent in dollars. So you may have the central bank or the Federal Bank of Ethiopia, or Mickey Mouse. You may have the Central Bank of Kenya, Mickey Mouse. You may have all these 54 central banks useless. Because we are not playing in the real league, we are playing in the small league. Back to you, Doc.
Ladies and gentlemen, you go with your Kenya shilling to Ethiopia, the Forex Bureau will ask you, what is this? But when you open up with a dollar, you will smile. That's what professors just said. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mohammed, land the mic. You have heard for yourself. 33 currencies, all working in Africa. And yet we pay our goods, settle our Dillion. You had something that is paining you. Educate us a bit, then I allow Mohammed to finish. Yes, Dillon.
Thank you, Dr. David. Mo, I fully agree with you 100%. But with regards to what Dr. David said, what are the solutions? And yes, it's great. I agree with you. We need to adjust our trading policy within Africa, because only once our trading policy is adjusted, only then can we see African countries trading amongst one another in a cheaper way. And once that is adjusted, only then can we look at alternative measures as transportation. So I fully agree with you. But in order for all of that to take place, we need to change African policies within the African Union. That's where it starts. But then, in order to do that, because like you mentioned, and I fully agree with you, African leaders or the African Union is just masks of Western ideologies. So as I previously mentioned, we are currently experiencing neo-colonialism, where we are just the masks. It's black faces, our black faces or Africans' faces are being used to mask what's really happening. We're not even benefiting of the wealth of our own countries. The wealth that our countries are accumulating, we're not benefiting from this at all. And therefore, we are experiencing all of this havoc that we are experiencing. Tribalism was never a thing in Africa. We never knew tribalism before colonialism before colonialism took place. Yes, we were, negotiating amongst ourselves, but it wasn't as bad to a point where the one tribe thought better of itself to the others. It was when colonialism came into Africa, they turned us against one another. They said to one tribe, "You are better than the other. Let's work together." Right? So, for the African Union to change policies for the benefit of the whole of Africa, we're going to have to silence our ears to outside noises. And that's the impossible thing to do, because the Western is obviously going to see that as a threat, and that's something they're going to prevent. Not only the West, but America, let's just say first world countries. It's something that they're always going to fight against, because this is what, if we look at history, the reason why first world countries, or let's look at Europe, for example, the reason why they traveled due to the fact that they experience lack of food. So if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the basic need is food, shelter, and water. So they could provide the two, shelter and fresh water, but the third basic need they could not provide, especially during their winter seasons, right? So due to that, they were forced to travel. So it makes sense, when you don't have of something, you tend to work harder than the one that already has. So then you find that European countries worked much harder than African countries. Why? Because they didn't have. They knew that that cold season is going to come and they're going to experience hunger. So what happens to a hungry man? A hungry man becomes greedy. He thinks of the times that he didn't have. And this is why when they found or discovered Africa, they're like, "Oh my God, they have too much of this, you know?" And for us as Africans, we didn't realize that we had too much of it, because we have never experienced that hunger, because we can produce our own food. But what did they do? They took advantage of our naivety, they took advantage of our humility, and they decided to colonize and take by force, right? So, obviously, if the African Union, just to come back to what we're speaking about, if the African Union decides to stand together, do you know what we will do? We will impose a threat on first world countries, and we will remind them of the days that they were hungry. So, technically speaking, indirectly, I'm saying is that if the African Union comes together, we will sort of threaten first world countries of experiencing that hunger again. And that's something that they're going to try and prevent. So, if we look at those factors, how do we then find solutions to that? Okay, fine. We understand that as European countries, you guys experience your cold seasons, you don't have food during that time. We will assist you, but we will own 50% of what you're taking out of Africa. So, yes, you can buy from us, but we still, not a situation where you come into Africa and you say, "No, we want to invest in Africa with our money." It's fine, come and invest. But African countries should at least have 30 to 50% of ownership of what is being invested into African countries. And right now, that's just one small solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My sister from South Africa, Delion, thank you for that good analysis. Mohammed, you had not finished your word. I give you just 30 to 70, 60 seconds.
So thank you, Dr. David. What we need actually is a roadmap. And this roadmap we have to put in action. You came with a very nice idea, and then because what we miss actually is the technology. So with sharing with more than 50%, to have the right of owning, like 51%, this is enough to dominate the country or a business. We can start from there, and we have to create an infrastructure of roads or railways to link us together. Thank you so much, Dr. David, for the chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. We need to have those infrastructure, but the first thing is, if you close your phone, that will be very good. Mute it. We need to Mohammed, just mute. Yeah, thank you very much. Before we go to building roads, don't you think we need to be united first? How do you build a road when you are not united? We are not united. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen on this platform, we are not united. I went to Mozambique. I was in a hotel. I'd been invited by Chisano. And then I went down to the reception to have a drink in a Mayfair. Is it Mayfair? Yes. Not Mayfair. There's a hotel, South African hotel, a brand which is in South Africa. It spreads around. It is now Holiday Inn or Crown Plaza, but it used to be a South African hotel where they had booked me in a VIP place there. President Chisano was going to send his driver to collect us. Now, I went down to have a drink, and the waiter, somebody at the counter said, where did that, who is that? I bought a drink and I went to sit down outside so that I can watch the ocean, the Indian Ocean, because you could see it a few meters away. So this somebody at the counter said, where is this? This man is a foreigner from, where is he from? He told me that. I had. So, Cecily, can you mute your phone, please? Yeah. This man told me, he was telling the waiter that this man is a foreigner. Where does he come from? I heard it with my ears. I put down the drink and I went back to the counter. And I asked him, why do you call me a foreigner? Of course, I'd been invited by a former president. There was nothing, whether he's a security man or whatever it is, there was nothing he was going to do because they would just come and take him there then. So I asked him, why do you call me a foreigner? You are calling me a foreigner when you speak Swahili. Then the man said, no, oh, you are from Uganda. Oh, sorry. Eh? So, sorry. Then he said, so why are you saying sorry? So you speak Swahili. I thought you are from Nigeria. Because I said, do I look like somebody? He said, yes. That's why I was. So I said, Nigerians are called foreigners. They are not Africans. So for purposes of being courteous, I started talking Swahili. I educated him. He told me where he used to live in Uganda and Tanzania and Kenya, in the Ruvuma, Nachingwea. We finished it there. But you look at that only. You can't be even in one African country. if you are not from there and you are not sorted out. So for us to have unity, we need to sort ourselves out and sort ourselves out very, very squarely before we can even build that road. So what can we do? We need a very strong African Union. Cecil, let's have Cecil. Then we have Madam, Speaker, my brother Suleiman. Then we have Madame Brunel to give you more time so that you can be on that phase. Let's have you on the last phase of all the speakers after they have spoken. If you have time, we shall have Jose after Cecil, then Suleiman, then yourself. Thank you very much, Cecil.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga, and thank you very much for the space. I think it's a very interesting space, and I think these are the issues that we have to be discussing as Africans, because they are issues of immense importance to our continent and to our people. So I think it's a good topic about this currency issue, because as you can see from the Jumbotron, I think I wrote something about it about a few days ago, because apparently the AU was discussing about a possibility of setting up this common currency, and they were discussing about this macroeconomic convergence criteria, and they discuss about the possibility of opening an institute in Abuja, which would be the head office, and they will essentially be monitoring whether or not all the African states have actually reached the necessary level that will enable them to be part of a common currency. Because when you set up a common currency, there's certain indicators that you have to look into to see whether all the states have got to a certain economic level, which will enable them all to be part of a common currency. So it's a very important issue, because when you have a common currency, it carries with it certain benefits, like the fact that you can do easy trade without having to worry about the currency differences between different nations. So it will carry a lot of benefit. But as you said, Dr. Matsanga, there are some very serious fundamental issues that we have to address as African people and as African nations. If we don't address those issues, common currency is not going to work. We need to firstly deal with the issue of economic positions. We need to work on trade. We need to get all our economies on a particular level. If we're unable to do that, then the notion of common currency is just premature. It's just clearly premature. It's like you having a child being born today. They're not going to start eating solid food today. They're going to be on milk and then slowly get to the maturity. So we can't expect Africa to get a currency without dealing with all these fundamental issues of unity. Unity is a key thing. Because at the moment, we live in a continent where we have 54 states which are not united. We have some of them who are very Pan-Africanist in their approach. For example, we saw what's happening in Malawi recently, and we saw what Zambia did in terms of the rescue efforts, in terms of providing aid to their fellow brothers. And then we're talking about the Botswana issue, Botswana trying to get agreement with Zimbabwe helping them. And we know about Kenya as well, what Zambia is doing, trying to provide a farmland to them to actually be more food independent. So these are the kind of things we need to do. African people, we need to try and get to the position where we are united, where we have empathy towards other, want to see other nations do well. This notion of being self-centered and saying, oh, only about my nation, is not going to work unless and until we as a continent start seeing the bigger picture. Because at the moment you go into many spaces and you see people, they think, oh, well, my nation first. After my nation, then we can think about the other one. It's just utter nonsense. Because I keep saying to them that let's work on a big trade, but we can only have a big trade if we all join together and have a common economic area. And then we can negotiate, as the AU can negotiate on the 54 nations' behalf and say, well, this is what we're going to offer. In terms of using our currency and become less dependent on the dollar, if we get our act together, if we try to be more economically viable, if we start trading with each other, rather than creating so much barriers, then they're not helping our people. So, for example, we cannot travel from one place to the other. And as Dr. Alfred was speaking earlier on, I was just thinking exactly the point that he made. For example, I'm thinking of traveling to a Southern African nation this coming summer. And I was thinking, I don't want to travel with a British passport because I've never been to an African state with a British passport. So I was making inquiries as to what I'll need to travel to that nation. And the kind of information they said, the kind of list of things they sent for me to provide. I need to provide a yellow fever card. I need to provide all of this. And the total amount to actually obtain the visa is about £300, which is just crazy. But if I went with a British passport, I would be able to go. So essentially, what our nation was telling me is that me as an African person, I'm full of disease. But if I hold a European passport, then that would absolve me of all the disease they think I have, which is why they've required me to actually go and get all medical paper, even though I'm traveling from the United Kingdom, simply because I'm an African using an African passport. So how can we have a united Africa if a fellow African nation, which I intend to go and spend my resources in, is giving preferential treatment to a European over me? So I mean, I was so disgusted by the notion. I wanted to cancel the whole trip, but I just decided, okay, just go because you've already planned it, and it was part of a business meeting that you scheduled to have there as well. So this kind of thing, we need to work on it, Dr. Matsanga. Currency is good, but we need to go to the drawing board. We need to deal with those pressing issues. At the moment, we have unity issue. At the moment, we have lack of trade issue. Like someone was saying the other time, if you want to come from South Africa to go to East Africa, you have to go all the way around Europe. Why don't we address those issues first? Why don't we address the issues of ensuring that greater trade occurs within the African continent? Why can't we deal with the issue of being self-sufficient? Unless and until we get to the point where intra-Africa trade gets to about 60 or 70%. What's the point of having currency? Because you have currency where you trade with each other, like the EU currency, the euro, for example. Most of the Europeans are trading with each other. So it makes sense to have a common currency. But if we're not going to work on having a better trade between ourselves, then what's the point of having currency? So we need to do those basic things. We need to address those food independence. We need to address the issue of unity. We need to address the issue of security amongst African states, because at the moment, even the sea borders, somebody was saying to me, I was in a space 2 days ago, and the guy from Ivory Coast was saying to me, like, look, we have a problem. We cannot even control our own waters. We have pirates coming there. So why don't we deal with those issues of security first? Why don't we deal with removing all those trade barriers? You understand, Dr. Matsanga? So these are my point. We need to have it. We need to have unity, because the only way we can move forward is by united, better trade, empathy towards each other, having that Pan-Africanist mentality. Because at the moment, I feel very, very disheartened when I go to certain spaces, and some people don't even understand the concept of Pan-Africanism and the need and necessity for African people from all around the continent and in the diaspora to come together and work for a common purpose. They seem to think like, oh, we want a united Africa. They don't see the bigger picture. They're so ignorant in their thinking. And we have to stop this. We need to work on these very important issues, and then we can talk about a currency. Something I really like, I'm looking forward to, I aspire to us achieving one day. But at this present point in time, it pains my heart to say that I don't think we're there yet, Dr. Matsanga. And I hope we'll get there in my lifetime. But so far, so good. I'm not seeing much progress being made. And we need to get our act together. We need to work. And African leaders need to start seeing things from the bigger picture. We need to stop allowing these people to interfere in our affairs and try to separate us, because that's what they want. The Europeans, the Americans, they don't want to see united Africa. So any African people that are working against the possibility of African be united, they actually simply um, um, sort of like implementing the agenda of Western nations. And so we need to deal with those issues. So once we're done with them, Dr. Matsanga, I think we can get very far. But at this moment, we need to deal with those fundamental issues, which are at the moment present in the continent. So I want to thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to speak. And I'm glad to see all our people here tonight. And they've made some brilliant points, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from them. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga.
Thank you very much, my brother Tatenda from Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. Thank you. The show, the guest speaker today was Dillon from South Africa, and she made a good opening. Thank you very much. Let's go to Jose from Denmark, from South Sudan. Then you based in Denmark. Is our currency useless? Yes or no? Why do we then pay in dollars if our currency is useful? If you say that it is useful, why do we have 33 currencies in a country? When you travel from one place, you find another one, another one, another one. Why? Is there a way we can have one single currency? to unite and sell our goods, can we also go and change this currency? If it is one, it can be changed in Europe. Someone will buy it because it's coming to Africa and it will bring profit to Africa. Jose Otto.
Yes, Doctor. Good evening to everybody, and good morning to those who are wherever you are. Uh, Doctor, I will talk very briefly about this topic. I can see it is connected to what we were talking about yesterday about trade. They are now chasing trade in Africa. The Kamala, the Vice President of U.S. And Macron and the rest. I think currency is one of the parameters of currency is one of the parameters of unity. You know, I don't think we need to wait like uniting. Look at East Africa. I want to pick East Africa example. Now East Africa, they have their passport, and East Africa, they have their peacekeeping force. I think Gaddafi had already a blueprint. Gaddafi was already talking of Africa having one currency. I think it's just a matter of pushing it from the African leaders so that it works. Our problem, even about unity, as we talk, we always talk, we don't act. If you go to East Africa right now, the same you go everywhere. It's already unity itself, using one passport. And then they're talking of currency. Maybe shillings will be one of currency being used in East Africa. How I would wish the African Union and all African leaders talk about designing, actually acting on what Gaddafi started, and then they have one currency. I think it was like African dollars, something like that. United States of Africa, you know. By doing that, it just brings us together. I can go to Nigeria. I have my passport, which is African passport, and then the same money, it will just come automatically. The most problem is we need also to look at these people who will come and distract us. Doctor, you call it foreign forces on our development. When they see you trying to develop
dark forces.
Yes, dark forces. When they see you trying to develop, you become an enemy. Look, China was not an enemy to anybody. From nowhere, China is developing, China became an enemy, you know. So we only need to take care of this. But currencies, we have to start it. Gaddafi already started it. In fact, it doesn't need talking. It needs just modeling things, maybe finalizing it, and then having the passport. You agree with me, doctor, that in East Africa, you just take your passport, East African passport, and you move around. Nobody will disturb you. So
that is
our money
in East Africa. Yes.
Yeah.
Even the
our
ID,
money.
ID in an identity card in East Africa now is working.
Yeah. So we don't need to talk. Sometimes we talk with so much energy, but we don't act on what we want to talk. Look, these people, Europeans, Americans, whoever they are the same like us. The only thing is that they talk very little and then they act on what they have talked about. Every small discussion, they act on it. For us, we just talk. Everybody should come and present a very big speech, bombastic with neckties, and then no action. That's the problem. But we have brilliant ideas that we can use. We have already started our currencies. Our currencies are useless. This divided, like PLO was talking about. You have to go to one country, change money, go to another country, change money. It is not good. And then the resources that now the foreign people are chasing, if they come there and then they find that we have only one money and then we have design, we have our values, money value is the same, they cannot cheat us. If they go to Nigeria, they buy oil in different prices. They come to East Africa, they buy oil in different prices. But if you have the same money, that money it means wherever they go, whether they want to buy gold, whatever they want to buy, what the price is the same. I think I will not take so much so long, but I think it is also a remedy, is a rescue to these people who are coming for resources in Africa. If they find that we have the same money, it is also difficult for them to manipulate us. Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, we are making very good progress. Suleiman, and then we have Brunel. And Brunel, you take the biggest share of our first session. Then we have a music for just 1 minute or 2 minutes coming from Nairobi, Kenya. An African music to keep our morale so that we don't sleep. It is on the 10 o'clock in Kenya, 9 o'clock in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and in Europe it has just arrived, 7 o'clock, 7 minutes past 7. Thank you, where I am. Thank you very much. The day is still young for me, but the place is very dark. It is still dark. We are still fighting with the cold winter. So don't worry about it, Nairobi. You prepare a good Tanzania number, and then as Suleiman comes on the Fed, the scale is, are we African currencies useless? Since all our transactions are done in dollars, why don't we have the currencies? Why don't we just do away with our currencies? Why do we spend a lot of money printing these currencies? Yet we can use the dollar to clear our goods if we want to deal with Americans. Why, Suleiman?
Hi, David. Thank you very much, Dr. David, for this opportunity, and the topic you have chosen is really very important, and I think it's a global discussion now. India, Russia, Brazil, China, so many countries are now starting, a long time ago, started to directly trade each other without any interference of dollars or euros, but still that will happen in one day. So the African continent will have their own currency. And I think a lot of people mentioned already Gaddafi. I sent you a message and I said, are you safe? You think that you will not be assassinated to talk about this topic? I sent you that message, like I MD you earlier today. So I'm not sure Gaddafi was lost his life because of what he wanted was to a currency-based, gold-based currency owned by African Union, or African single currency to be created, and that's ultimate price of his life. So I know you're a fighter, but I was fasting today, so I have to break my fast. So that was what I was supposed to say, but I will stay and listen and learn more about the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suleiman. I know you are fasting, and you should be going to eat your fast, or what they call futari. In Swahili, it's called futari, or Arabic. I don't know whether that is Arabic. Futari.
You are right. You are right. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Iftar.
Oh
Iftar.
my God! Yes. Then I'm graduating.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm graduating very fast. I am quick at learning languages. I speak Italiano very well. That's why I just want Brunel to come up and teach me more Italiano. I have been to Italy. I like the place called Sicily. During my first degree, I looked at the death of Aldo Moro, the late Prime Minister of Italy, who was kidnapped in 1978, assassinated by the Red Brigade. So I was doing analysis and research on the Irish Republican Army, and the Red Brigade of Italy that kidnapped Prime Minister Aldo Moro. So I went as far as Sicily. And what I learned there, I can't tell you now, is my secret. I learned a few tactics, and Brunello will agree with me that I know some of them, like she knows, she will smile when I'm talking about it. But I did a research on the assassination of the Prime Minister of Italy, the then Aldo Moro, the Democrat, Social Democrat, is it? Yes, Christian Democrat, yes, or social. Learned quite a lot. And I came back. I understand the game around there. I know the language a bit. I went to Palermo, Sicily. I went to which other Rome. Apparently, Italy was the first country when I landed in Europe where my briefcase was stolen briefly. And Brunel, I am not accusing you, but my suitcase was stolen briefly, and I recovered it. As a soldier and a tactical guy, I recovered, I swear, I recovered my briefcase. The main railway station, there's younger boys who, Brunel, you know them. They usually come there. They be a big group. So I came lazy, coming, walking out. They stole my briefcase. They hit my hand and the briefcase fell. So I said, this is the only thing I have in life. My passport was in there. My money was in there. There was nowhere to go now. This is 1987. I said, we shall, if I don't become I was a soldier, then these boys can defeat me. So they ran. So I ran in the opposite direction towards, to meet them face to face. So I met them face to face. They didn't expect me. I knocked the guy, the one who had my suitcase. It fell on the road, and a car stopped. I picked my briefcase. So the boys came back. They wanted to attack me. The drivers got out and stood, said, what is the problem? I said, you come. I'll kill all of you today. I'm one man, but I'm going to finish all of you. There were about 10 of them. Younger boys, not even mature people. They have, I think they are always crowded around that station. The biggest station in Europe is found in Rome. Biggest station. You come out of it, huge place. So I said, okay, I retrieved it. Then they called the police because this other one was crying that I had hit him. So the police came, they are talking Italian. I don't understand Italian. One of the drivers packed his car and said, I will defend this man. Because this man, this is his briefcase. He had stolen the briefcase. I was watching everything. So the police turned on the boys to arrest them. They ran, they picked the one whom I had hit. They said, oh, he needs to go to where to. I said, I don't have that time. I have a flight at 3. What have I done wrong? I've recovered my suitcase and I want to go back. I don't want to enter myself into these problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Bruno now. I've introduced you in a very different way. Welcome to the show. Does Africa need these currencies? Are they useless? Why do we settle? You are Italian yourself, madam, and you have seen quite a lot of difficulties in Italy with Italian currency diminishing, being changed left and right, dollar, saturation, the economy from Berlusconi and other prime ministers. But you have done very well. So teach us something tonight.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. David. Always a pleasure to be with you and the rest. Very interesting also that you want to talk about Italy, because one of the reasons why I like to be in your room is to invite everybody to see and to what happened to our country as ally fake allies of the superpowers, and to see also, and because people don't talk about it, unfortunately, all our mass media, all our TV, all our news, everything, even internet now, is control. They control, they divide us. They don't want Europe to contact Americans, Americans to contact Africans, and so on and so on. They try to divide us. The space is here. The only one, thanks to Elon, is the only one that we can have. Elon Musk is the only one that we can have until now to share. And it's very important that we share also, when absolutely to listen what we know about, what you know about our country, about our situation, and what we know about yours. You were talking about Italy. Italy, it's like a big peninsula right in the middle of the Mediterranean. Americans wanted to have Italy since the Second War. Why they never left? They never left, and they put their base, military base, because they want to have the full control of the Mediterranean. They want to have the full control of the operation that they were already organizing for the future, getting close and in a dangerous situation for Russia. Their big worry always for all Europe was that Europe, like Africa, was going to be too close to Russia, and for now also to China. So they will try, they have been trying in the last 20 years, 30 years, 50 years to separate us and to impose their military bases all over. Italy is a nice country, but was not my country. We have 148 military bases, USA military bases over there. This is not Italian. This is a colony. Aldo Moro from the Brigate Rosse, the terrorist group. The terrorist group was done by Gladio. Gladio was CIA. CIA organized terrorists to kill everybody, like Aldo Moro wanted to do a real European community. Not only the money, he wanted to have, like you're talking now, to make a real union of Africa. He wanted to do a real union of Europe, and they killed him badly. Gladio did. You know how many people we lost because of the Brigate Rosse, but this is not unique. Check in Germany, also the terrorists in Germany, they were exactly the same. They always said that they were communists, that they were, but no, it was all piloted to destroy the will of the people, manipulate the people to become free and decide with who do you want to deal. But now, in our days, all this is collapsing. US dollar is coming down full speed. China, Russia, Saudi, Brazil, Argentina, South Asia, North Korea, how many countries? Iran, how many countries? There are 10 countries recently, 16 countries asked to become part of BRICS recently. There is no chance that they will make it. Africa export 80% of your product. Your trade is 80% of export. You only keep 20% of your beautiful resources that are becoming so important for everybody else. They will do everything. The war is on. You know that. You can feel it. The war is on. They all want Africa. Americans have been already inside, everywhere, even with military bases, even with organizing. They're very specialized on this, specialized in putting, unfortunately, creating terrorism. They will create problems. And then they will offer you the solution, their solution. And their solution is never for the good of the people. So it's really important and urgent, really urgent. I agree with people that say we talk. It's true, we all talk everywhere, but you need to find people that also start to organize. Talk, but also organize actions, strong action to unite fast, to stop all those people, all these countries that ruin so many countries, to come to Africa, steal your resources, and leave devastation, because this is what they have in plan. They have in plan to devastate Africa and keep on stealing everything. Why do you think that Italy? I'm not ashamed to talk about it. My country is my world. My people, all the people in the world is my family. And if my country, where I come from, Italy, is doing something wrong, I say it. I left Italy many years ago when they killed Borsellino and Falcone. Those two honest people, they were investigating the corruption of horrible corruption of our parliament, and they blow them off in the street. The same year I left, this is not my country, this cannot be my country. And of course, I changed many countries until then. The world is all the same. There are black power, of course, like you call it, the black power energy people that want to take over and devastate everything. You need to keep distance. You need to be strong. When I left Italy, there was nothing left there. They need to be also very independent. But look, France is coming up now against Macron. If France can do it, we can do it maybe in Europe. We will make it. And unfortunately, in Italy now, they are organizing the militarization of the Mediterranean Sea. They want to militarize with the excuse of all the immigrants that they're coming from Africa. This is an excuse, you know it. It's just an excuse. They want to militarize because they don't want that the people get out of it. And unfortunately, the laboratory are very dangerous. I was investigating a little bit recently. There are 400 bio labs, American biolabs everywhere in the world. They are creating mass destruction weapons, viruses that can kill people very fast. And they can kill people, it depends from which race and which place of the world they're coming from. Imagine that. That's why also Putin was obliged to stop Ukraine war, because they had 46 biolabs, and this was confirmed by American authorities. Now they moved these biolabs with very dangerous level 4 military dangerous weapons everywhere, in every place. Even in Italy, 3 new ones. We already had some, and now 3 new ones. Level 4 military biolabs, viruses, very dangerous. They can make mass destruction everywhere, mass killing. I don't know if you have in Africa, you need to watch out, because this is unfortunately their new weapon. And if we are not all of us fast to stop this, will be too late. Do we need to ask for the support of China and Russia? Yes. Yes. If it's not enough, if you're not strong enough at the moment, I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm Italian, I live in Germany, I live in many different countries in the world. I'm sorry. If it's the time to make to avoid the dangers of one side, and you need to go with another one, then go and ask for BRICS. You have so much to offer and say, okay, class, I want to be in the BRICS. I also speak a little bit Arabic because I was living for many years in an Arabic country too.
That's why I just have to have you every day on this platform. Whenever I host a platform, I enjoy. I don't want to speak Italiano here. I
No.
would shock so many people. But thank you very much. Go ahead and give us the usefulness of having a single currency. Yes.
I'm just wanted to say that it's very important that all of us stay united. It's very important. We need to be very fast because we are all really in danger. So you can see from the news, they are preparing new virus. Now they will use the new viruses to scare us, to divide us, to lock us. And this cannot be. Africa is the richest continent in the world. You have 80% export. You can decide with who do you want. It's your right to decide with who do you want to make business and how. And it's time for Africa to have absolutely their power and their independence, and to grow finally like you deserve for so many hundreds of years of colonialism and neocolonialism, instead of to import their weapons and their bombs and their all their terrorism. They're supposed to import, support, like we say yesterday. I don't want anymore your fish, your little fish, because the sea is mine, the boat is mine, the net is mine. So who want to come to Africa is the one that will share everything with us. And you get 80% and they get 20%. Don't forget that you have the resources now, all those minerals, rich minerals, that all the world wants. Up to you to decide the price and with who do you want to make business. If people bring peace, people brings money, people brings economy, good business, growing of our people, your country, then everywhere everybody's welcome. If you want just to take a run and leave my people dying and my people starving, that's no, it's finished. This kind of business, it's finished. And this is the message that everybody is giving to the world. All the world are giving to this kind of corporation business that they destroy our country and our people. But the dangers is there. Biolabs, they need to be closed fast everywhere. Those are really dangerous. I'm so sorry to tell you this, but it's true. Send you a kiss, my sisters and my brothers everywhere in the world. Thank you, Dr. David. Dr. David, you're there?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I am here. Thank you very much, Zawadi Mudipo of BBC. I can see you here. I can see my personal assistant neighbor, Mr. Kunai. Kunai, you come on duty very late, and I don't like this. When you see me, I'm on duty. Are you sleeping too much? Is it snowing where you are? Mr. Kunai.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. David Masanga. Good evening, Brunel and Sister Anita and Cecile that I can see here. Radio Punchline that joins us all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. And greetings to Radio Punchline. And Dr. David, we are observing Ramadan. It's very difficult to be, and when we are fasting, it's very difficult to be.
I understand, and I will give you and you might not even have the energy to speak much.
I think you know very well, Dr. David, internationally. Dr. David, I gave it back to you. Thank you. And I think we've got hands raised.
Punchline Africa in Nairobi. Thank you very much. Can you, that Tanzanian music to warm us up? Then we have the second panel. The second panel will be headed by Anita. Where have you gone? I seen Anita here, and she dropped. Anita, you dropped. You went back down. And can you please request the mic? I've already asked you to speak. I see Festus. Yes, I can see Eva B. Thank you very much. You are welcome. There are not many speakers. Those who have spoken can come down. I can see Mr. Fish. Some of them, yeah, B, you have come. That is okay. Anita, I am still waiting for you from Uganda. And those, I will call you back. I can see my brother from Biafra. You have been around, but let's have music from Punchline Africa television. Hannah has come here, but she has been on fasting very fast. I can't see. Where is she? I can't see Hannah. Hannah, when you come in here, I should see you. Have you changed yourself these days? Hannah has changed herself into something else. So thank you very much, Radio Punchline Africa. Get us the number, please. Thank you very much, Punchline Africa Radio. Radio Punchline Africa, the only online 24 hours radio station that you can enjoy the music 24 hours, 7 days a week, 52 weeks in a year, 365 days. The music. Thank you very much. Let me call my next speakers. My next speaker right now will be a B. Where has she gone? The speakers have run off. Eva B. Onyo Fish Fasters. That line. You are the next speakers. Let's begin with the ladies first. Thank you very much. God bless you. Take the microphone, Eva B.
Oh, me? There were other two hands before me. If you want, I go. But there were Fish and Oni before me.
You are
You
a
want me to
lady.
go or?
You are now a lady before the men. So I've chosen you as a
Okay.
lady.
Okay,
We have
thank
to
you very
be
much.
good mannered. African men don't leave ladies behind to be killed by animals.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, well, let me tell you, from my point of view, I'm from Spain in Europe, and I learned a lot from the minutes that I joined here and I listened. At the same time, it kind of made me cry because of course I understand the position because I know some of the stuff that happens there, but not all. uh, and I perfectly understood, for example, what, let's see if I say the names correctly, Deulon, Africa. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly.
It's
um,
okay.
I understood her position, but at the same time, I felt sad like, oh my God, I'm European and I feel like we are the attackers and we didn't do anything. The people, I mean, the governments might have done a lot of stuff, um, but we, the people, we not only we didn't do anything, but right now we are like hated by everybody and attacked by everybody, and we didn't do anything. Like the situation from a European point of view is that we are in the middle of the war between the US against Russia, in which they are using Ukraine and they are using Europe against the whole population of Europe, because all the population of Europe, left and right, do not want to fund Ukraine, do not want to fund the war, and we are forced against our will by the puppets in the government. And the US is like wasting Europe to save themselves. Um, so we are in a situation in which we receive all the hate of the wrongdoing of the West, because it's true that the West is doing a lot of wrongdoing. Uh, but we are the first ones being stolen. You know, in Europe, we're like the weakest in the middle, being stolen from everything, like begging Russia to negotiate with us. At the same time, I imagine Russia would like to negotiate like before with us, but we have proper governments, and we are in a situation of self-destruction that it's unbelievable. Um, Everything in Europe, at least in my country, I don't know precisely exactly in each country, but in Spain, everything costs 4 times more. And not only energy, but food, basic needs, everything costs a lot. Uh, and we're going to suicide, literally. We are in a situation of despair, because in the US, we are watching that the narrative of the West is always lying and deceiving each other, which I believe it doesn't necessarily comes from the US. Maybe it comes more from Israel. I'm not sure. Uh, but anyway, the big power that they use is the US. Um, so they are putting everybody against everybody. And like we Europeans were being stolen and attacked everywhere, we're forced to put money in a war that we don't want to put money. And we feel like the hate from everybody, you know, the hate from our allies, which we don't want them to be allies, the hate of the supposed enemy, which is Russia, which we don't see as an enemy. In fact, my best friends in Italy, I talked a little bit with Brunella the other day. I lived also in Italy, and my best friends in Italy are Russians. Um, and so it's a situation that is terrible. And from what I've heard about what you said about the currency, my suggestion, it's in Europe, the euro was supposed to help Europeans, I think it's a good idea that you make a currency, but from my point of view, from what I've seen with the euro, if you do it, be careful that the central bank's owners don't take it. The central bank owners that own the Fed in the US, the European Central Bank, and all central banks in the world, all these that came from the Rothschilds, make sure that they don't take it. It's better to have your own currency in each country if you cannot make sure that it's not infiltrated by bad actors that put hate against each other and attack once against each other and use this money as they've been using central banks to provoke wars of people once against others. They've been using this power since 3 centuries ago, sorry. And yeah, for example, in Spain, we're much poorer. I mean, the euro came, I don't know, 20 years ago. The moment it changed, the same value costed half of what it cost before the peseta, for example. But rather than that, because it has its benefits and it loses, it depends. But what's more important than anything else is that it's not infiltrated. And I think not only that you deserve it, but also that I think it's important that if your neighbor gets liberated from the global elite, we all have more chances of liberating each other from the global elite. You know what I mean? So what benefits you indirectly benefits the rest, even if I know that in Europe we're going to pay because of the decline of the dollar. It's actually good that we all get liberated so that we go back to having each country their own power without hurting each other, trading naturally, with freedom, with ownership, as Dillon said. So yeah, nothing else comes to my mind, but oh yeah, and one thing. I remember Fish. He probably doesn't know who I am, but once, like a week ago or something like that, I remember him very well because I entered an American space as a listener when he was speaking. And it was very funny that day Fish was very angry at that moment. When I entered, I don't know how was the conversation before, but I remember that he's Russian and that he said, Russia is going to, which is true, it's going to align with China and it's going to fight against you and against Europe. And I was like, why Europe? What have we done? we're suffering the hate of everybody, and we're like in the worst situation of all. Everybody hates us, and at least the US is benefiting a little bit, but Europe is not. We're losing all over. And I remember that what he said, even if at the end he left very angry that day, what he said was true, but at the same time, a little bit of the feeling of sadness that I got here, like, hey, the people, we are not like that. We didn't choose this. Like, please don't hate us because we are trying, each one in our countries, to change the system and the government of puppets that only work for the elite and not for the people. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously I have no power, but I do try contacting with people. I mean, now the leaders in Spain obviously are not the politicians. The ones that we consider leaders are other people that are either from the military or from an intellectual points of view, different jobs that are actually talking with Russia and this because it's like the only way out. How can we do to change the government of puppets that we have with real people that negotiate with each other and can change what's going on, because otherwise we're going to disappear any moment. So yes, sorry, I spoke a lot. So thank you very much for being in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva B, from Spain. Spain, luckily enough, the only thing that you did not do for us Africans is separate us between Morocco and the Sahrawi. You should have handed us our democracy and the independence to the Sahrawi people. You left us in the hands of Moroccans who are next to us and took territory of Sahrawi, and they are still stuck there. But you are very good people. Madrid is one of the cities that I enjoy having. Those days when I used to have beer, I could go to have the big glass. And I don't know what do they call them, Eva? A big,
Beer?
that big glass is
Cerveza.
called? Eh?
Cerveza?
Yes,
Or...
Feneta, big. and I used to enjoy that during the sunshine. I used to go to Madrid, and the people I love, I don't, unfortunately, the Barcelona. I like the back. And my team in Europe is Barcelona. My team in England is Liverpool. So please don't disappear from my platform because of my team. I support Liverpool for 45 years now. I've supported it as a fan. And Barcelona is my team. And I have been in Barcelona in Europe. I want to thank you very much for attending this show. Continue, tag each other, tag yourself, tag everybody, so that you don't miss anything that I do on this platform of Twitter. Thank you, Eva, for the explanation. We have no hatred against Europe. We have only problem with people who don't want us to pay our goods in our currency. For example, Uganda, for example, had 3.6 billion cash money in dollars. And that dollar was equivalent to, that was as of today, in Uganda, foreign reserves stand at $3.6 billion, which is 3.6 months of import cover, which must be paid in dollars. That's all we have. A slight improvement from January and February, when the reserves for Uganda in foreign currency is $3.5 billion. Rwanda, the franc depreciated against the dollar by 6.05% year on year end of 2022. And that with official reserve pegged at 4.2 months of import cover. You can see all African countries have a problem with the import cover. Kenya, the region's biggest economy, the dollar shortage has severely impacted commercial transactions, leading to the forex bureaus and the black market as commercial banks raise their rate to as high as 1 shilling to 40 per unit, 1.4 per unit of a dollar. You can imagine. So African currencies are under pressure. And since they're under pressure, do we need all of them? In Nigeria, for example, the push to replace the local currency with newly designed notes created a very severe economic crisis during elections that made 68 million people never to come to vote at the polling stations out of 94 million registered voters. In Zimbabwe, for example, in 2019, the central bank announced plans to bring back the Zimbabwe dollar as a legal tender. after a decade of using US dollar and several other international currencies, because ranging from hyperinflation that had run due to sanctions. Zimbabwe's surrogate currency, the bond, had been touted as being the equivalent value of US dollar in 2016. But by 2019, it had tanked and are trading at 400% of discount, Green Park. Why doesn't South Africa money, I'm asking, why doesn't South African money not cover? If South African rand could be used in the entire Southern Africa, and then the Kenya shilling or the shilling could be used in the entire East and the Central African Republic up to Congo, that would help so much. That would help so much. But I see all these things here. We still have a long way to go. Let me now bring in the team. As I announced the team of Eva my Biafra Onyobuchi Joseph, my Biafran brother. Take the microphone. Welcome to the show,
Daktari, before you bring your teams, I wanted to say hello. And did you have, by any chance, paella with your beer? And Ramadan Kareem to everybody. I can see Mr. Charles, everybody. Oh, I can see Saadia, Unai today, and everyone else. Fish. Hello to everybody. I've not disappeared. My people are dying left, right, center. So that's it. That is the reason I've been disappeared, and dealing with that, dealing with the, Ramadan. The whole world has spoken about it. International community has spoken about it, but it doesn't look like anybody's budging in, taking the orders. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that is why I've been missing. And Ramadan Mubarak to everybody. Thank you, Daktari.
Oh, I had not seen you because I had not pulled down the kunai. Thank you very much for. I saw you on the platform because I always see you through your sign, but I didn't see the use of photograph has been changed. That's why I couldn't notice you. Thank you very much. Hannah, you'll get some space also quickly to say something about what is happening in Somalia and the currencies and the people dying and so on and so forth. But let's go. Thank you for coming back. Let's go in that order. Joseph, then Mr. Fish, then Charles, then there's Foster's. Why are you hiding? Going down. First 72, number 14. What is going on, boss? You are supposed to speak in this category.
Yeah,
Up
I'm
here.
still here. I'm still here.
What's going on, madam?
Yeah, no,
You
I
around?
am. Yeah, I'm still around. Do you want me to go now, or do you want me to wait?
Just give a minute. Let's hear from Joseph. He has his hand up. Then Mr. Fish. Then we come to you. Then we get to President of Zimbabwe Patriotic Party of Zimbabwe. Thank you. Joseph, take the microphone.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Dr. Masanga. It's been a long time. Good evening to everyone in the house. Thank you for giving me the mic. Thank you very much. Hope everyone can hear me. All right. Coming to the topic,
Anita, you disappeared. Why? Just a minute. Anita, come up. Joseph, go ahead.
All right. Okay. So coming to the topic, just like I've been discussing, I'm talking about, African currencies useless since all our transactions are done in dollars and euros and so blah blah blah. You know, I don't know if there was a space you had one time about. I don't know if it's 2 weeks now. When I was telling you about the American coming to Africa to kind of, I don't know, would I say impose their money with what is going on in the Europe right now, in the Western world. One thing we haven't come to understand is that in Africa, just like the Western, the should I, was it the government of Biden that one of his people called Africans the jungle? Why the Western world why they live in their garden? You know, we keep there's nowhere we talk about all these things without mentioning hitting the histories. Because it's all began from there. It must all it's There's no way you talk about all these things that you mustn't touch part of the histories and most other things and things that happened in the past. Because all these things are part of the development. Talking of when the white man came into Africa, when we tell people about with the white man coming into Africa, bringing development and other stuff, then they don't really understand. In fact, most of them believe that the white man actually brought development to Africa, civilization. But actually, they disrupted the development of Africa entirely. They disrupted our development and came and stole from us in order to develop their own home. They disrupted many things that they made to the point they made Africa to go so low in worshiping them, making them, making themselves look like a mini god, whom they are not. We keep, talking about African money. For me, it's useless. I must tell you the truth. African money, they are all useless. You can only, or just like in Nigeria today, you can only spend Nigerian money in Nigeria. You can't spend it anywhere else. You can only use that except you want to buy, even if you want to buy money that is not a Nigerian money, you have to see, buy their currency. And wherever you are going to, if I want to come to Zimbabwe today, or South Africa, or Uganda, I have to get their money, their own currency. We don't have in Africa a single currency that we all have, we all share as one. We all have different currencies, which is part of why Africa is still going down today. All these things are what the past heroes, I call them heroes of, heroes, or should I say the past heroes, who I see them as the current heroes. Because just let's look at Mama Gaddafi. Just like one of our brother last said the other time, all these things are what they were actually fighting for, to make Africa a better place, to make Africa a better living home, to make Africa a united Africa. But no, they deceived. If you ask an African man right now, who, in fact, some even learned people, if you ask them why was Mama Gaddafi killed, they will begin to tell you that he was a terrorist. Because what? Because of what? They never knew the truth. And now people lack this art of learning, educating themselves. It's true that Williams may write history, but it's very good and important for us to revisit that same history, because there are many there is something that is called, lies that are, lies that look so beautiful. There's something called lies, but looking at the lies, it is something beautiful, and there's something called beautiful lies. Exactly, beautiful lies. There are many things we Africans don't know about ourselves. The same West, there was a video I was watching. I don't know if that video was a current video about Mr. Biden having was it a peace summit or whatever in South Africa. I don't know if that video was a current video. I don't know. Biden and whatever and other having a peace summit, something like that in South Africa. I guess that video should be a current video. Then I begin to ask, why should the Biden be having a peace summit in South Africa? The same South Africa, they carried out an apartheid. They killed millions. The same Africa that caged Nelson Mandela for good 27 years. The same America that killed a lot of people in Africa, that drank a lot of African blood, because they are going down today. Because their money is going down. If you can remember what I told you, I said it the other time, that these people will come for Africa to impose their money to Africans, for Africans to begin to use their money, to circulate their money in Africa, to Africans to begin to use their dollars. They are going down. Nobody is using their money anymore. They are going down as a world power. Few days ago, wasn't it? It was 2 days ago. Yeah, we saw the armored cars that came into Nigeria. The UN armored vehicles, containers, armored vehicles. By 10 p.m., it came into Nigeria, Abuja, 10 p.m. I'm going to post the video. I don't know, because many of us may not see the video, but I'm going to post it right now and I'll share it on the group so that all of us will watch the video. 10 p.m. Then I begin to ask, why would the UN summit, UN, what is their so-called armored vehicles? A lot with containers doing in Nigeria, in Abuja, and then I begin to wonder. The efforts has not even started, and they know the implication of what is about to come, and that is why they are doing what they are doing right now,
Thank
because
you,
they don't
Mr.
want another
Onye.
Russia to
And
exist in Africa. Thank
Speaker
you very
must
much.
only speak for 2 minutes.
yes, absolutely. Fish is here. Dr. David, I would like us to concentrate on the topic and at hand today. And I know there's a lot of problems in Africa, to be honest with you, but we must, and on a daily
Yeah,
basis,
I know
concentrate.
that, please. Now you are ordering me, boss. I know it. It is people who are going out of order, Kunai. You should call them to order. You are a co-host. Call them to order when they are going out of topic. Thank you very much, Kunai, boss. Mr. Fish, don't go out of order. You can see me having trouble with my co-host. I am leaving all of you to don't go out of topic. Joseph, you went out of topic until you were called on order. The topic is very clear. African currencies useless since all our transactions are done in the US. Fish, then Madam, first number 14, then Charles. Charles, your internet is not strong. It keeps on going
And
off.
don't forget Sister Diolon, and I'd
Didon
like
was
to
the
hear.
first
I
person
like
to
to
speak.
I like to call out Anita to grab the mic as well. Anita is
Yes, okay.
downstairs, so
Anika is downstairs. Didon was a speaker. She's my guest speaker tonight here. She has spoken already, boss. Perhaps you have been away for too long. Like your Conco and Overica, you remember? Fish, Mr. Fish, can you speak now?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Matasinga. I wanted to say that, yeah, it's 100% useless, Why? Because this is like a piece of paper, because it's not backed up by nothing. They're trying to scramble to find, back up the dollar by gold because they know it's a threat. They know that BRICS is a threat to the dollar, and right now, currently, whatever other trading currencies that South Africa is using, it's pretty much useless. It's going to be turned into a piece of paper that's worth nothing. And unfortunately, this is a reality. Right now in America, they're living almost in fantasy land. I'm Russian. Like I said, I was born in Moscow, Russia. Some of these people still believe that Russia does not have any missiles or any ammunition since last year. These are the kind of, fantasies they believe. So once their dollar is going to be turned into a piece of paper, they're ultimately, all of them are going to drown. They're going to drown in their dollars. And every single partner who they trade with is also going to drown in these dollars. Right now, they're bragging, we are the richest country in the world, but they are slowly drowning, like they are in an ocean. They are in the ocean and they are slowly drowning because the sharks of the ocean, they're pulling them down. And they're just screaming and yelling, but they're slowly being pulled down underwater. So this is whatever they can. I always say, whatever they say, profit, we are going to make this much money. This is all imaginary profit, imaginary investments. Nothing is going to save them. Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, Putin, Putin is somebody that they do not want to wake up. And unfortunately, they woken up the wrong person. They dipped their head into the wrong country. They sent weapons for the killings and the slaying of the Russian people. Putin, he's not going to take this lightly. This is a country that possesses nuclear technology. Once again, I remind everybody, able to end all human life on the entire earth. There's no chance in 100 million years that
Fish, Mr.
America
Fish,
is going to win.
Mr. Fish, you are my friend, and now you are putting a lot of fear in us. Please,
Oh
let's
no,
pray
they're
that
not going to
this.
use nuclear power there. If they also, I
Yes,
wanted to
let's
remind.
pray. Let's pray that this doesn't happen, please. We still need to God Himself to take us, not true powers who have nuclear weapons to take us down. We want to
Yeah,
pray that
Dr.
this war
Matasinga,
ends.
1 second. Eva said, "Oh, we are so scared. When fish talk, I'm so scared." But this is the thing, guys. He's not ever going to use nuclear power ever in a country like Germany, Poland, Finland, none of these countries. This is huge mistake. Not even Ukraine. He's never, Putin said it publicly. If he wants to destroy Ukraine, they could have taken Ukraine in 3 days. This is what the Russians claim, in 3 days. So, this is not our goal. It's
So
not
where
their
where let
ambition.
me ask you,
So if they are
where will
going to
this
use
nuclear
nuclear
weapon
weapon,
be
they're going
thrown
to
to?
use it on America and London. Those are the two places they're going to use it.
Oh
America,
no, London!
London,
You
Canada.
then if you are coming to London, you will be finishing me.
Oh no,
will
no,
you
no!
talk
The
to me again?
radiation, it won't reach Africa. It won't reach Africa.
No, I'm not in Africa. I'm in London.
You're in London right now. I thought you were in South Africa.
No, I'm in London, my friend. I live in London with
Oh,
Kunai and other people.
yeah. I'm
So
sorry about that, brother. I'll pray for you tonight. I apologize. I'm not trying to, offend anybody.
don't worry. Thank you very much, Fish. I'm still waiting for my application to defend Mr. Putin at the ICC. I don't know whether you passed my message to the ambassador. Hello, Fish? Ah, okay. Can we have number 14, please? Number 14.
Yeah, I'm here.
Then we have Charles. And then we come back to our Hannah. Hannah, you went down again. Let me bring you back. Then after Charles, we have Hannah. Then we bring back our main speakers, two of them. We call it a day today. Mukato, Muteko. I will call after Hannah Muteko. Then I call the two speakers to come up. And the three speakers, Brunel, Darwin, and Dr. Alfred. Thank you. Go ahead. We want to finish early and sleep.
Yeah, well, thank you for letting me speak, Dr. Matanga. Yeah, so our African currency is useless since all our transactions are done in dollars. Can anyone hear me? Okay.
We hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so so to answer or to try and give an input of whether African currencies are useless, I don't think so. I am Kenyan. I live in the U.S. and I just want to bring back historically. I think we're going through a time now when inflation is going on in just pretty much everywhere in the world. But I want to take us back when kind of the first recession happened in 2007, 2008, 2009. And at that time, it was very much similar. So I'll use the Kenyan currency. Um, and also to let me bring back the historical aspect of where M-Pesa came. M-Pesa came at a very great time when remittances were already happening from the West going into Africa, and I'll talk about Kenya again. And since then, we've seen how M-Pesa has transitioned to digital banking, and that is how banking is done today. So, primarily as far as transactions are done. So, with that being said, I don't find it useless because Africa has been at the top tier when it comes to remittances. It's been, I mean, I think the last time I checked, it was hundreds of billions of dollars that were being remitted to African countries. Now, with the question being, what happens with that money when it's remitted back? Where are those investments going? How are they being transitioned toward developing our country? That is, I don't know. I have no idea. I would love someone to explain that to me. But it shows that the currencies, when currency is devalued in one aspect, it is turned into a positive as far as investments from another perspective. So with the US dollar, like I think I saw Kenyan shillings, it was $137 dollars. $1 is 137 shillings. And then I think maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago it was 110, 112 hanging there. And then at one point it was like almost 1 to 1. It was like $1 to 100 Kenyan shillings, which was, without making it too complex, it's how this topic is also very complex because it depends where you stand and how you see that investment and that transaction evolving from when when it starts and where it ends. I don't find it useless. I think it needs to be examined further. And the higher the interest rates go or raise in the West, the more opportunities are sent back home, right? More of the diaspora is able to invest back home. Now, vis-a-vis for the people back home to try and make that living, it's a different story. And that is where that's where I'm saying that it's a catch-22, if you will. And then the last thing I also wanted to just share or say is the victimology aspect that we tend to really hold ourselves toward. I think we need, as Africans, we really need to be cautious and try and find opportunities and better ways to see the positives in how we can turn certain situations, because either we have the knowledge or that we can learn or ask questions to help us get to a better place. Because I think a lot of, like with this topic, it is very complex, and it can certainly turn us to a very negative trajectory, to turning us to victimology, than positive to turn us to see what the benefits can be, especially when we can examine what happened in 2007 to 2009, because I think there's just been a lot that has changed. But I don't know if that makes sense, but I'll yield my mic, and then thank you.
Excellent points. Excellent points. And who was that just spoke? And was that number 14, Faust, 72? Dr. David.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That person really touched on the topic, and I like that. She touched on the topic. The sister touched on the topic. Excellent remarks. Excellent remarks. We would like the rest of the people here, our panelists, to carry on from there, please. I'll give you back the mic, Dr. David. Who's next? The topic tonight is, are African currencies useless since all our transactions are done in dollars? And let's keep the conversation going. Go ahead, Dr. David.
No, go ahead. Command this chairman of the Patriotic Party of Zimbabwe, Charles Mutama, Mr. President. Come
Absolutely.
on.
Absolutely. I think we've got, who is it? Is it Zimbabwe People's Action? Is that the one you're calling, Dr. David?
I've got Charles Mutama.
Very correct.
Then Zimbabwe People's Action has just come. But we just bring Charles Mutama, who was here before. Then we
I cannot see. Oh, Charles is here. Yeah, Charles, our
Mutama,
distinguished.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Kune Radio Punchline, fellow Pan-Africanists here present. This topic is a provocative topic. It is more of a rhetorical question, which if we consider unpacking it, we see a certain kind of interrogation around the concept of sovereignty of the African currency. And then also a questioning of the potency of the African currency or the lack thereof. Generally, a currency is useless if it is not backed by gold, if it is not supported by productivity, by exports, We know and we are aware generally in Africa, we are famous for exporting raw materials. We export raw lithium, we export raw gold, we export raw platinum. Whereas our counterparts in the global north, in the west or in the east, they export products. They compete on the trade scene. If you look at China, the volumes of trade, their industry is burgeoning. But if you look at Africa, we have the gold, but our currencies are not legal tender. They are not internationally competing against the petrodollars, against the British pound, against the Russian ruble, against the yuan. And why? And the answer goes to the issue of us as Africans. The question that is being raised here by Mwalimu Matsanga is, where is the problem? Why is the African currency not viable? Or why are our currencies in our respective countries not viable? It's because we have accepted foreign currencies as legal tender in our countries. We have given up our economic independence and economic self-determination. Why are we not backing our currency with gold, as proposed by one great leader in Libya, President Muammar Gaddafi? Why is Zimbabwe not going full throttle on a gold-backed currency? We have the gold coin in Zimbabwe, but we don't have a full currency which is backed by gold. So those are fundamental questions that are raised or that accompany this topic, which is very provocative, that arouses me as a Pan-Africanist and gives me the energy to say I'm going to play a role as an African child to ensure that Africa is counted as an economic powerhouse. Zimbabwe is counted as an economic powerhouse. Its currency is going to be strong. Its economy is going to be strong. Its economy is going to be an economy which beneficiates its minerals. It will be an economy which exports goods and not gold. Or it will refine its own gold. And once Zimbabwe does that, and indeed if Africa has a single currency or has a currency which is backed by gold, it will have a powerful currency. So most African currencies are subservient to the US dollar, and very soon will be subservient to the yuan and the Russian ruble. And is that the direction that we want to take? I say no, as a proud African, that we need to have our own currency which is backed by gold, which can compete against these other currencies. And let's be partners. Let's be business partners, whether we are dealing with the East or with the West. Africa should be an equal partner on trade, on the international markets, on the financial markets. Africa should be an equal partner. I lend the mic. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Thank you, Kune, and my fellow Pan-Africanists.
God bless you, Charles. You couldn't have said it any better. You couldn't have said it any better. You've hit the nail on top, and excellent remarks, excellent take. And I think a lot of people were waving their hands to agree with you. We dish our currency in order to incorporate and enhance other like gold. Yes, African currency needs to be backed by exports, goods and services. Africans, let's stop exporting raw material, but let's produce the final product. Thank you, Charles, once again. Dr. David, I give you back the mic. Dr.
I'm
David, who
gonna
was
jump in.
next?
I'm gonna jump in here while you and David decide who's gonna say something. Charles, hello to you, my president to be, habari yako, and hello to everybody else. I like what you said, Mr. Charles. Theoretically, but can we be realistic? Theoretically, it's a rosy picture, it's a perfect picture. Yes, it could be done. But guess what? Africa does not control its own economy. We do not control our own economy. So how can we make our be partners or come up with one currency that is going to be strong? And why are we not in control of our own economy? Exactly. The things that Charles have mentioned and much more. We do not control the market as well. We export raw materials, we import them. At what cost? We do not control. At what cost we export? This is the caveat on top of it. Even the cost of our export is not controlled by us. The price is set. You sell coffee, the coffee market, the coffee that we produce, we do not control that price of the export. Forget about the us developing the raw material and exporting it. So bottom line is Africa does not own its own economy, does not control its own economy. And unless and until we get there, this saga will continue, whether it's the dollar, whether we're going to move to whatever else it's going to be, unless that time comes that Charles has said. We not only stop sending the raw materials, but also control the market. But we don't have neither of that. So it's a catch-22. And something that 72 was saying, I don't know if I got the wrong end of the stick, but she was measuring like how much the Kenyan money against the dollar is going up. But guess what? Everything else is going up too. So if you send dollars to Africa, or the remittance that you're sending to Africa or Kenya, as she said, well, guess what? Everything else that is being used in the country is not, most of it is not produced in the country. So the imports of those things that you're using are controlled again by a different market, and it's that dollar that is going to control it. So at the end of the day, whether you were getting 100 for 100 or now it goes $1 is even if it's going to be 200 shillings and before it was 110 shillings or 12, guess what? Whatever you're going to buy is going to be double. So you're still back to the same position you were in before. So it's a catch-22, and the only way is to have Africa control its own economy. Beyond that, I do not see any way out. And I will not say our currency is useless, but our the economical setup of Africa is absolutely in the gutter. So unless we control the market, unless we decide and buckle up and say we want to be part of the big players, we'll still be in this roundabout that never ends. I yell my mic.
Excellent,
Okay.
excellent.
Thank you very
okay,
much.
go ahead, Dr. David.
Thank you, Kunai. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Charles. And thank you, all of you who have spoken. let me bring back the question for people to understand exactly the intention of this question. You export, I agree with Charles that you must back your currency with gold. The amount of gold that you have in reserve backs your currency and your export reserves. The question that comes out of this question, and I set it technically in law to catch people who might not, if I was marking the exam, would reach there, but they might not pass. The question is, why do we pay our commodities in US dollars, and yet we have our own currencies? The key words here is transaction. Is you to collect your coffee, or you want to import machinery from Britain? They will ask you to pay in pounds. In America, dollars. And elsewhere, dollars. Why don't they accept you to pay in your shillings? Why is there a law? Because there is an international law that all payments, that's why you see every country is running away. People have been forced to use a dollar as the last denomination for payments of their imports, actually, imports cover. Uganda has $3.6 billion for import cover for 1 month. If you don't have it, you can't get anything on credit. Who is earning the interest? American bank, not Ugandan bank. You get my point? You keep your gold in Zimbabwe, or keep your gold in Kampala, keep your gold in Kenya. But someone who is earning the interest on that gold, because there is a currency on that gold, is not you, is the Citibank, Reserve Bank of America. Why don't we also earn interest on our own currency? It's because we have too many currencies that some of them are very useless. They don't need to exist on African continent. Let's be honest. Why don't we have a single stronger currency? Why is it then, when we want to get a single stronger currency, the person advocating for it is bumped down, is bumped off? If you think there is fair play here, is there fair play really? You are not seeing the question. Let's go back a bit in history. I'm trying to bring back the topic so that people can understand why our currencies are useless. Because you come with a rand, you want to use it in Ethiopia, you have gone for African Union conference, the cashier there tells you, we can't change the rand here, we can't give you even water. You can't buy it with water, which is the last thing that a human being should have. From slavery to partitioning, slavery, partitioning, World War I, World War II, struggle for democracy, peace, 1945, formation of UN, independence, the imperial machinery of mercantile capitalism has been bringing things that keep us disunited. The last one that we are on, the stages we are on, I believe me or not. Do you know the stages we are on, Kunai? We are on the stages of elections and democracy. And this one, if Africa is not careful, this could be your undoing. Almost every African country, ladies and gentlemen on the platform, apart from South Africa, almost every African country is quarreling after elections. You check. This is a design that was done 140 years ago, even more. Slave trade ended what? When? Is it 1893? Is it 1893 or what? When did the slave trade end? By Sir Wilberforce. Ended the slave trade 16 something or something. When slave trade immediately ended, was seized, the first slave was sold. I'll check on that. My production team in Nairobi check on that and send it to me. Wilberforce. When you look at that, how they planned this thing, they planned it so many years ago that when we finish with Africa on this, you bring this. When we finish that, we go to that. After the Second World War, First World War, what was Africa used for? Africa was used to carry baggage. Idi Amin, our soldiers were to carry luggage for the white generals, but they were not allowed to fire a gun. They were porters. And after that, when they got independence, they left power in the army with some porters. So look at that. After the Second World War came the struggle for independence. We got independence. After getting independence, they said you must hold elections every 5 years. For Nigeria, 4 years. Like the United States of America. So can somebody on this platform explain to me why every election in Africa is followed by bloodshed, apart from South African elections and the Ghanaian election? But now every election in Africa, some people have to die. It's because we are not seeing what we are planning before. This is a stage we are in, elections and democracy. We disrupt this continent, kabisa. If Africans don't wake up and start thinking quickly, you will be disrupted. You won't have anything to say. Ladies and gentlemen, there you are. Charles, you had something to say. What is it?
Yes, Mwalimu, I've just thought of putting a biblical anecdote of the moment when Jesus was asked by one of his disciples that, Master, should I pay tax? And Jesus asked that disciple that whose face is on that coin? And the disciple said, it's Caesar. And Jesus said, therefore, you should pay. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So that anecdote is very important for us as Africans. If the face on the dollar is of Benjamin, we should render unto Benjamin what is Benjamin's. And then there's another part where Jesus said, from whom does the kings of the earth receive their taxes? From their sons or from strangers? And the disciples said, from strangers. And Jesus said, then their sons are free. an important lesson from Jesus that as Africans, we are paying taxes as strangers. Therefore, we are not free. I just want to leave this to the audience to ponder on important lessons from Jesus.
You are not leaving it to the audience. I want you to add on what you have said. Charles, it is said in our Kaisari, a Ugandan who is on this platform will understand. Anita, where are you? Ebya Kaisari, bya Kaisari, bya Yesu, bya Yesu, bya Yesu. It means whatever it is for Caesar, Kaisari. In Uganda, Caesar is called Kaisari. Ebya Kaisari, bya Kaisari. The tax you pay is for Caesars. If it is for Caesars, it's for Caesars. For Jesus, for God is for God. So it is up to you. Let me tell you that whatever you say, one thing is very clear. Our currency is useless. And I will maintain that until you convince me. Why do we then have a lot of even cheap notes? You go to Rwanda, you have to run to a forex bureau and change it to Rwanda, and now you are even changing your good money. The money you are changing into is diminishing. It's not worth it. Why do we pay in them in dollars? And yet, our transactions, our gold is measured in dollars. Charles tried to convince me that it is kept in Zimbabwe. The more you export upon the gold you have, the more reserves you have in dollars. Who gets the dollar? Can I tell you and shock you just where you are, Washington, D.C.? African Development Bank is our African Development Bank. And African Development Bank banks our money. Do you know where? In the Reserve Bank of America. So when we want a loan in Zimbabwe or Uganda or Kenya, it goes to get the money from there. So what do we have as Africans? Thank you very much. There are many people waiting, and Kunai, some of the people have talked already.
Leave it for me, because I have speakers
there are so many people waiting. I'll sort them out, please.
Yeah, because they haven't spoken. They haven't spoken. Let them.
Yeah, I'll give them the microphone. Kunai, please. I have to bring the topic to an understanding, please. People have to understand. We don't go by one person has said we support. Everybody has to agree. Let's go now in the second route. Hannah has spoken. Charles has spoken. Mukateto has not spoken. Fahad, you have just come, you have not spoken. Zimbabwe Patriotic something party, People's Action Party. You have not spoken. Who else you say has not spoken?
And I would like to remind you that Brunel has been requesting, but she cannot come up. I don't know why I cannot bring her up. Can you try to bring her up, Dr. David? Brunel, you know, one of our speakers too.
Brunel, it is only me who speaks Italian who can bring her up. You can.
You are so funny, Dr. David. Let's keep the conversation going. Who do you want to give next?
Let's go with the gentleman Mukaketo.
Hello, Dr. David, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
I just wanted to say I'm very happy to listen. I did speak already, And I tried to say something, but then the conversation went on, and I'm very happy to leave the speaker place to your speakers. I'm very happy just to stay down and listen to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I told you it is only me who can bring my Brunel up. You are just trying to, you can't get her. Brunel, tell her in Italian. Tell him, Mr. Kunai. Thank you.
Vado giù, grazie.
They tell him, he doesn't know. Kunai sleeps in Bromley, but he doesn't know anything about Italy. I've been to Italy, my friend. Now let's have Mr. Mukeketo, Mr. Zimbabwean Action Party, Mr. Fahad, and then we have Mr. Gadari. Full stop there. Then we come back to our key speakers tonight, who were Daniel and Dr. Alfred. You respond to some of the questions. Then we shall bring in another speaker, Fuad the MWA girl, who can now have the microphone. I've wanted Anita to speak.
Topic. It sounded or seemed very interesting. Yeah, I just feel like our currencies in Africa will remain the way they are, be it useless from a different perspective or otherwise. And that's purely because of the division that we as Africans and Africa as a whole still persist under. Just to add a little bit, there were a lot of commentary regarding how everything then revolves to the US or the UK and all of that. And how we trade is based obviously in the US dollar or the UK or British pound. I believe that shall remain so because most of our industries or the biggest companies that persist or exist within our different countries in Africa, they are still somehow being controlled by these, like the likes of the US or the UK. Somehow they have interest in that. In addition to that, our African Union is not strong enough. There's a lot of references here talking about, Muammar Gaddafi, a proposal of using one currency. I mean, one should ask themselves, why has that not taken place? I mean, we had African Union then, we had multiple leaders who were still part of the same parliament or organization, which is African Union. Why was a decision not taken then that actually that was a good call? And only now, a lot of people are still talking about what BRICS is doing now. Yes, BRICS it's a force to be reckoned with, but why do we as Africans need the likes of Brazil's and Russia's and your India's for us to be convinced that we need our own currency instead of us as Africans having had an opportunity previously through Muammar Gaddafi? Why has that not taken place? So economics, in terms of what number 14 highlighted, whereby the values of our currencies and the weaker it can get, should somebody or some of these countries have any interest, they will definitely come and invest. and then there will be jobs and all of that. But remember, investment is all about what is it that you'll get back. There's also talks of having our currencies being backed by gold. What happens to other countries or African countries that don't have gold? So some of these things really depend on us as Africans, or the entire Africa, having an understanding and coming together. However, that seemed to be still a big challenge, because all our African leaders, somehow they still have strong influences coming from all these other countries, the UK, your US, the new colonialism. Our leaders are still being handled. So we definitely have a bit of a long way, but let's just wait and see what the BRICS can bring forth. And maybe on the same topic, I'll just like to quickly comment on the documentary on the Al Jazeera story of what's happening in Zim. Yes, I did have an opportunity to watch the 2 episodes which have been released. Within those, yes, everything that is happening is definitely not right, but one has to still go back and ask themselves a question to say, if Zimbabwe does have gold and individual Zimbabweans are still able to have or to go and mine themselves that particular gold, where else and how else are they supposed to trade that gold without having a platform that has somehow came through now due to sanctions? People have to eat. Anywho, thank you. That was my commentary. Mkateko from South Africa.
Thank you very much. On the question of diamond, of gold in Zimbabwe, people, whose gold is it? Is the gold for the people of Zimbabwe? Me, I don't see any. You see, one of the problems that the people in Africa have, even some people, even if some of us who are in opposition don't behave the way some oppositions in Africa behave. The gold is yours. And the gold in Zimbabwe, you can go with your money and buy. In fact, there's plenty. If you go there with your money, you can buy Kadoma. There's a hotel there where in 2000 something, I went there 2002. And in the morning, the man brought gold. He said, if you have the money, pounds, give me. I said, I don't have the money. Where would I get it? I need a license. You know, gold in Zimbabwe can be bought even on the street, in the shop. You sit in the shop and ask for gold. People will bring it to you. But now people have turned it. This question also comes in here, it's currencies. You know, Zimbabwe currency has been diluted, but Africa does not unite to help. A rand would be the one working in Zimbabwe. We could cover ourselves, the whole Southern Africa, with a rand. And then the whole East Africa with a shilling. But in East Africa, you find Kenya, Tanzania, you can use the money, their money from this way today is all shillings. You go to Rwanda, is a franc. Burundi is franc. So, you know, look at the type of currencies we have. And yet, none of it can even buy us sugar in Europe. So is it useful to have them or change? Let's go to our next speaker is from Zimbabwe, and then Fahad just prepare the hot stuff from you in Canada. Zimbabwe Action Party, People's Action Party, is it? Let me read it properly. Yes, People's Action Party. Show us the type of action you are doing in Zimbabwe. And what do you say about the currency? Thank you.
Zimbabwe People's Action Party. Do you hear us? Are you with us? Your hand is raised. All right, Dr. David, I think he might be away from the space, or he might have taken a break or something. I'm gonna move on to Dillon. Sister Dillon that's been waiting.
Fahad. Dillon is coming next. Please, why are you Dillon is the final speaker here. Fahad, take the microphone.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's give it to.
Already,
No, that's fine. Oh, and Fahad, and then we are gonna give it to Qatari, who's been here for. To Dr. Alfred. Dr. Alfred as well.
Fahad, let's synchronize this, please. Fahad,
or
Gadari, Fahad, Gadari, and Fuad.
Fuad, yes.
Now,
yeah.
Fahad, Gadari, Fuad. Then close it there. We go back to Dillon and Dr. Alfred. Then now,
excellent.
I come back to you for your closing remarks. Then we finish. There's another lady by name Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring her up.
Should I bring her in? Yes.
Yeah, bring her up. She's been listening all day. Bring her up. She wants to make contribution, please, if you don't mind. In the meantime, we'll give it to Fahad first. We'll give it to Fahad first. Well, Fahad, welcome, our brother Fahad. Welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'd like to apologize, Dr. Masanga. You've been calling me to different platforms, but I have been so busy, and I'm not saying that others are not, but also, the time difference. Sometimes it becomes very difficult to come through. But I'm glad I am here, and I hope I'm helpful. Thank you so much to the speakers. When one of the speakers was talking, there's something she said. She said, our currency is useless because our leaders are making, useless moves. Ladies and gentlemen, when the system is useless, everything becomes useless. When the way you choose to do something is useless, your results will be useless. There is a gentleman who said, currency makes sense when it is backed by production. And now I'm going to show you how useless our production is. He also added and said goods and services and gold. And I really do understand. I support that. But for productivity to increase in a country, creativity has to be supported. And for creativity to increase, productivity has to be supported. How often do you see on our continent when African governments are supporting their people who are trying to come up with inventions, when they're trying to come up with things that matter, things that could help us? Number two, someone said, I think it was Hannah, that the speech was so nice, but theoretically, but realistically, it does not work. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that the West is today started theoretically. People sat down, had conversations, talked about issues that mattered and issues that hurt them, issues that they needed to improve, and they came up with solutions. So yes, we will start with theories, and then through theories, we will choose
among the points and ideas that people make to come up with things that will help us improve as a continent. Number 3, Dr. Masanga kept talking about unity. And everybody knows I am for unity. I once made a popular statement or quote when I said, no African should be an immigrant or a foreigner in another African country. It does not make sense to me that somehow in certain countries, people even kill each other when they are black on black. And when you look at why you kill each other, because of jobs. Okay, I understand that. But then at the same time, the way I look at that, when you look at people who leave their countries and go to those other countries, let me give an example. If somebody leaves Uganda and goes to Kenya and they have a fight in Kenya and maybe they kill each other, those two people are brothers and sisters. Now, someone would ask or should ask, are the people leaving Uganda, going to Kenya, are the jobs there enough for Kenyans and Ugandans? I don't know. Are the people, is the government in Uganda doing enough to bring up more jobs? Now, I went astray a little bit to show you an image of what is happening in Africa. I'm also adding that Dr. Masanga and the rest, unity comes from learning from the mistakes that people make. When the West wants to attack a country, they unite a country that they know they want to benefit from. Case in point, when they wanted to attack Iraq, what happened? They united. They made up lies. They said the guy had nuclear weapons, but they knew they wanted oil and the money he had. They knew they wanted him to stop selling oil in the euro. What did they do? They united. They put away the Democratic Party, Republican Party. They united the British, all of them, and attacked Iraq. When Africa wants to achieve something, egos are upfronted first. Every African president wants to be the one that is heading that achievement. And guess what happens? We end up losing. We look at politics as a dirty game. The West looks at politics as a game of interest. And so do not be surprised, even in the future, those who want to rely on maybe China, on maybe Russia, when also they change against us. Do not be surprised. I want to add the point of unity. Let us talk about COVID. When COVID came, we had an opportunity to unite. We didn't. The question is, if another virus comes up today, has Africa built any major hospitals that we could take our sick people if they have been affected by viruses? Have we built world-class laboratories? No, we haven't. Which means we did not learn even from that. So I will not be surprised again if the West gives us donations, in viruses as donations. And you see, I am not saying we do not have resources to foster growth. We do have those resources. But we are doing things the wrong way. Again, on the part of unity, look at Gaddafi. Everybody keeps talking about it. But guess what? Even the politicians that you look at, that they want, the politicians that say want to change Africa, some of them are taking pictures happily with the people that invaded Libya in the narrative of democracy and murdered Gaddafi. taking pictures, smiling with people like Clinton, who laughed and said, we killed him. So how can you tell me that a person who laughed at a man who we knew his intentions were better for Africa, and then I start believing that you've come to change Africa. Now these are among my last points. Africa is easily beaten because of division, and if you want to prove this, look at countries like Ethiopia. Sometimes I sit down and I watch 5 different spaces, all of them talking about Ethiopia and the wrangles in Ethiopia. 5 different spaces at the same time. They cannot even unite to make one space or at least 2 spaces and come up with a concrete solution. They can't. Look at us when we come to these countries that we call the West. We classify ourselves, the Nigerians go there, the Ugandans go there, the South Africans go there. We cannot even unite, even in countries that are not ours. But guess what we do? We celebrate when we get passports from countries that are not ours. The first time I got the passport of Canada, I felt so good. And then I sat down and I said to myself, but why? Why? They came to Africa, they invaded Africa, they killed our people, they buried them, they made them work on plantations, they decapitated young kids, they made history that was a lie. It is very rare to say that an African invented this in the past. They introduced things like this one discovered Africa as if we did not exist before then. We have cities that says Queen Elizabeth National Park, National Park. We cannot have a city here in Canada or England or anywhere that says Amin Dada National Park, Nelson Mandela, this. 50 years later, 60 years later, we say we are independent. We have not changed even the smallest of things. We have not. As I finish, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind every African here that for us to succeed, we need to dig deeper beyond our egos, beyond who you like. Because I see people, when someone comes to stand maybe for like president, you vote for them because they are coming from your tribe, not because they are speaking value, not because they are speaking about things that are going to help the nation or you as a person. You vote for them either because they are the same religion, or because they are the same tribe. And you wonder, what kind of logic is that? So you need to dig deeper and look beyond religion, look beyond tribe, and go back on Mother Africa. Because I always say, if the reasons that make you pursue a goal are weak, the reasons that will make you abandon that goal will be weaker. This is why the most bought politicians are Africans, because the reasons they are front when they are coming to us saying that they are going to fight for us, those reasons are always weak, and we do not examine them. We do not push harder, and they end up selling us like a bunch of roaches. Look at what is happening in Congo. How can a country they say is one of the most poorest countries, the countries that are suffering with poverty, yet we know if it is not, it is one of the richest, if not the richest. So I always ask myself, how can a country and people in poverty happen to have more than 130 rebel groups? We should start asking ourselves our questions that are logical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my son. I am now covered very well that even if the sunset comes upon me, I have left some seeds behind. Thank you very much, Fahad, my son from Canada. You have well spoken. You have spoken very well on this, on the question of useless. We start with useless leadership. You can't have a useless currency. If you start with a useless MP, you can't have a useful parliament. I think let's learn from there. Let's take this message. The currency is, anybody can view it as a good currency, but to who? If it is good, why don't we carry it? At least the Kenya shilling struggled to reach United Kingdom. In the Forex Bureau at Heathrow, you can ask to change for Kenya shillings. They will give you. It is there when you are traveling. But if you ask for any other African currency, they say they don't have it because it doesn't have, you ask, then they say there's no value. So let's come back. The unity that Fahad has emphasized, where is it? It's lost. It's lost. We can't even do. I was talking to another group today. I said, when I become the chairperson of African Union, which I am contesting with Algerian former foreign minister as my running mate, if we get those votes to run African Union for 4 years, the first thing that I will do is to create a bank, African Union Bank, in every African country, 54, with branch managers, and ask Africans to bank that money, their money there. Do you bank in Uganda, bank in African Union Bank? Why should you bank in Abuja, Barclays, which is not even your bank? Bank in African Union. Then we collect. At the end of the year, we've traded for 1 year. We see how much money we have. We see how much money we have. Then the money we have, we can now say, what does Zimbabwe want? What does Malawi want? We can lend Malawi to go and build the hospitals. And we have the Department of Infrastructure or medical or health department to inspect that the hospitals were built. Someone raised the question here of if COVID came back, as it could come back, are we prepared? How many people have built hospitals? Look across Africa. People are eating money. But there's nobody thinking of building a hospital and an oxygen plant. That in case this disease comes back in a huge way, shall we again panic? Is our currency worth if we are paying in dollars? That's the question. Do people who demand the dollars see our currency as valuable? Let's have the next speaker. Mr. Zimbabwe Action Party. Yes.
Dr. David, before you move, can I thank the young, intelligent African brother that just spoke, Fahad. And Fahad, it's a pleasure to have you on this space. It's a pleasure to see that you are uniting, especially the point that you made, the Ethiopian spaces in different spaces. When we have Pan-African space, we need to all unite and discuss matters that's highly important to us. Thank you once again, Fahad. It's a pleasure to have you here and join us on the future as well, I would say. Thank you, Fahad. Go ahead, Dr. David. Okay, Dr. David, I think you were calling Zimbabwe,
yes, Zimbabwe
People's Action Party.
I think Zimbabwe Action Party, People's Action Party, when he heard me talk about the diamonds, the gold, and disagreed and said the gold is for Zimbabwe, and he chickened out from.
We are going to move on, and it looks like Zimbabwe People's Action Party is away from the mic. So we are going to, instead of Zimbabwe Action Party, we're going to call the two and people that have got their hands raised for a long time. It's Fuad and Gatari and Dilon, Sister Dilon. And so we are going to have Gatari first, Fuad and Dilon. Go ahead, Gadari. Gadari?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks to Fahad Amir, whose last name is a leader, and means Amir means leader. So I think he's a future leader for Africa. Thank you very much for that speech. As far as just answering the question, or is African currencies useless? Yes. And by nature, a currency is just useless by nature. It has no value aside from being a medium of exchange. And in this century or last 2 centuries, we moved away from silver and gold to fiat currencies, which is paper, which you can print as much as you want. So it gets more useless. Africa goes, and I think a lot of different people did allude to it. The biggest problem we have is there's the imbalance of import and export. We import a ton of raw finished goods and export all our raw material. So then the value add operations gets out of it, and we don't have enough to export. So we export the raw material at cheap and import the finished goods at a high price. So then the exchange always devalues our commodities. It devalues our wealth, devalues whatever we have to exchange.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Samson, you went away. You come back and you can come. Samson, do you want to speak? Meanwhile, I want to allow Dr. Alfred to summarize this for us, and then we go back to sleep in the next 20 minutes left. Samson, if you want to make a contribution, there you are. Otherwise, thank you very much, Da Vinci. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much, BL. Thank you very much. The main speaker is back also. Come back. Dylan, I have sent you a mic. Come up and you finalize your job tonight before we leave. Ask for the microphone, Dylan. Thank you for coming back.
Hi everyone, sorry about that. We all faced a bit of technical difficulties. It's just a pity there are so many people that has already left, and I would have loved to respond to everyone. But I think that we can all conclude that we've all learned quite a bit with listening to everybody's different opinions. And it basically comes back to concluding what Dr. David Masanga said, that the problem with Africa today is our relationships amongst ourselves. And once we're not rectifying that, we will not see ourselves being able to come to an agreement and formulating one currency for the betterment of Africa. It's sad that so many people has left, but I actually just wanted to go back to all of this mess started the day that, or in 1944, when delegates from 44 allied countries met in Bretton Woods in New Hampshire, where they basically came to an arrangement known as the Bretton Woods Agreement. And they decided that the US dollar was going to be the main currency in the world. They basically made us to believe, or told us, that this was there to basically stabilize society and keep a fair trade amongst different currencies and countries. But we were basically puppets to America then already, and now everything is coming to light. So that's in 1990. That's in 1944. We are in 2023 today. Things won't be changed overnight. It's definitely going to take us a lot of time. But I think that we should continue being solution focused. And as Africans, we should look at ourselves and ask ourselves, how can we change that? And we can start off by decolonizing our mindsets. We can start off by saying to different African individuals, for example, myself as a South African, you find many skilled South African workers all running to Europe, believing that, Europe or America has greener pastures. And if you speak to them and say to them, but have you been to any other African country? They'd say to you or respond, what is there in Africa? Half of South Africans hasn't even seen their own country. And that is the problem. We are not investing and we're not giving back into our own countries. So the moment we become successful, where do we run off to? We will run off to European countries, strengthening their currencies, strengthening their economies. And that's the problem. So all of us in this space tonight, we have a responsibility, and our responsibility is to give back to Africa. We need to start investing in Africa. Motivate people. Go visit one another's countries. I'm South African and I would love to visit each and every African country. You know what's ironic is that my last name is Africa. My surname is actually Africa. And when I meet different African individuals, I don't approach them as Zimbabweans or Malawians. I view them as brothers and sisters. You open yourself to them. You ask them, teach me about yourself. Teach me about your culture. Teach me about your language. Teach me about your food. That is where it starts, guys. Yes, policies won't be changed overnight, but we have a responsibility. And it's these small baby steps that we as African people can start taking that will go the extra mile in the long run. I want to thank you, Dr. David Masanga. I want to thank each and every one of you for listening. And I hope that we'll be able to put those words into practice. Dr. David?
Dylan, we had another problem coming in, but don't worry, you'll finish. Dr. Alfred, can you pick up the microphone? Dylan, can you come up again? Dr. Alfred, can you wind up for us? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. David, for giving me this platform. It was very interesting. We really have a very good, productive discussion. Like, I managed to learn a lot, and at the same time, I got the sense that I'm not alone. I'm not the only person who still feels for Africa, who still has this one love and who wants to see Africa succeed. So I would like to thank everybody who also managed to join the platform, who shares the same value as I do. Okay, so going back to our topic, I think I already mentioned when I started, like my first talk, that I personally do not think that our currencies are useful. But I believe that we can make our Africa useful if we decide to have one currency. Because if you think of it, one benefit of having an African currency, I'll give one case study, an example of Zimbabwe. I'm from Zimbabwe originally. We are under sanctions. But if we had one African currency, there is no way that sanctions would be imposed on a particular African country, because all of the African countries will stand together and say that you are affecting, once you attack one of us, you are attacking all of us. So we'll be shielded by the moment that we decide to have one currency, one African currency. Yes, indeed, having one currency comes at a price to a certain extent, but we will be in it together, the solidarity. Because if you think of it now, yes, there was a lady, I think it's Eva, who talked about inflation in Europe. Yes, there is inflation everywhere. It's experienced not only in Spain, there's inflation in Italy, there's inflation in France as well. But the thing that we have to think about it is that, okay, if we are together, we can also manage to evade the inflation. It will not affect us as much as it's doing now, because the Russian and Ukrainian war is not only impacting Europe, it's also impacting Africa. But because of our weak currencies already, the situation is worse than it would have been if we had one African currency. And yes, of course, the Russian-Ukrainian war is a delicate subject for me. In Africa, we have a proverb which says, when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. So we have a problem here that we have NATO fighting against Russia. Basically, that's what's happening with NATO and Russia being the elephants and Ukraine being the ground. So it's a pity, of course, that the Ukrainian people may continue to suffer from this war because of the clash of the giants. So I would even suggest to Dr. David that maybe you could come up with another topic, maybe the impact of Russia, the Russian-Ukrainian war on Africa, basing on the politics and economy. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you might have already thought of something along those lines. In any case, to summarize, Africans, we can do it. If we unite, we need to stop hating ourselves. We need to stop the xenophobic attacks. An African shouldn't be a foreigner in an African country. So if we stop that and we open our borders as the Europeans did, we allow free trade, free movement, we develop our infrastructures like transport infrastructure, we build our own processing plants. Africans have knowledge. We have very smart people, geniuses from Africa. But where are they now? They are based in the USA, they are based in Europe. Because, truth be said, they are indeed good greener pastures in Europe, in USA. Because we are not making our homes better. We cannot dismiss the fact that life is better. And the Europeans are clever because what do? When they notice that you have talent, they will give you a home. They will give you a life that they will make you comfortable such that you don't think of even going back to your own country. But now I would like to cry to the African leaders to try by all means to make Africa as conducive as possible so that all the Africans that we have abroad can come back with all the knowledge they have acquired, with all the things they have learned from abroad, and implement these towards building a one strong Africa. So we also need to educate the African child. I've come to this show, and I think it's Ben, the lady from Italy, who always talk about the fish. I like the fact that, okay, let's teach our children to fish. Let's just not give them fish. Let's not wait on donor funds. Let's do things on our own as Africans. And I'm pretty sure we'll make it. I know that in my lifetime, Africa will make it. We'll be there, we'll be as relevant as we should be in the world arena. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. David, for this platform. And I look forward to more platforms like this. You get to learn, you get to interact with peers who share the same values with you. So yeah, that's basically it from me. Africa can make it and will make it. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm not sure where I was cut off earlier on. May anyone
You can go ahead and finish because the line is not very good. Then we call Sam to wind up from New York, from America, where breaking news are coming that Mr. Trump will be arrested tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
He has arrived in New York and he will be arrested tomorrow. I expected Mr. Samson to tell us breaking news coming from America. Mr. Donald Trump will be arrested tomorrow, arraigned in New York. Muhammad, oh, Jesus. I don't like that country. I don't like it. Manhattan, sorry. I always confuse that place with Muhammad Gandhi. It's Manhattan Criminal Court, Magistrate Court at 9:45 East African, 9:45 American time, which will be about 3 o'clock or 4:45. Let me see. Yes, of East African time, and in London it will be different. I will check the time. So he will be arrested tomorrow. He has made history, the first president of the United States to be arrested, arraigned in court, criminal court. I don't know why Americans are petty. I don't know. In Africa, it can't happen. People go on touching people everywhere. But in the US, you can't touch. You have to use your eyes. Even your eyes could be charged. So you could be charged for using your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen on the platform, Trisha, you are in the US. Don't charge people. Allah, hey. So Mr. Trump will be charged tomorrow in court. Then finish up your story. Finish up, wind up for us this good story. Dr. Alfred, you two people have been outstanding speakers, and I give you a credit. And I hope, Dylan, you'll help me to co-host with effect from today. We can co-host topics. Doctor, you can come in most of the time. We can co-host topics of importance. You can set your agenda for some of the topics. We look at them. We want to widen this scope. I am making a big Africa, people who can be speaking on my behalf. I will be going for this slot of AU chairperson. After Uganda government says go, I will go. I need people like Deolin. I need Dr. Alfred. I need Samson. I need everybody on this platform, all of you, because you know I will not let you down. I will protect this African Union. I'm telling you. Even if Bazungu can assassinate me, no problem. But I will go for it, and I'm prepared to die for it. And until we get it, we grab it from the Moroccans and the French, we shall not rest. It is East African time to have a Secretary General, and this is our time. Kenya, if they bring the candidate, I will smash that candidate to pieces through electoral vote. I'm already prepared to stand with any candidate from East Africa who wants to become the AU chairperson. I have teamed up with my friend, my person, my country called Algeria from the north. That is where their turn is, and we shall be there. Thanks God, the Arab League will give us support, and they are determined to give us support on the African continent. So thank you very much. It is not very far. June next year, July next year is not very far. You might think it is very far. It's 1 year from now. And I will need everybody from all corners of Africa. So please, next week, after Easter, I will be registering. I will put a list here for people to register their names so that we set up secretariats. The diaspora secretariat in America, Samson, you will lead that secretariat. You and I have been veterans of war, veterans of suffering. We have lost our parents. We have lost our wives in a struggle for a better Africa. We cry tears when we think of what we have gone through. So this is the time God has kept us to stand here firm and win and take this thing back. Everybody in Africa, we have support of Kagame. Kagame is not in favor of anybody touching that seat again from the French territory because he has had enough with Mr. Mahamat Faki. You saw his letter that he wrote, the corruption there. So here we are. Next week, I will be registering everybody, and we shall be having a fund where my contribution, even $1, $2, $3 that you put in that fund, it helps in our publicity, in our allowances for the secretariat. You see, Samson, you are always tipping somebody in New York where you are. But why don't you put $2 every month or every week, $2 in that fund? If we are 20,000 people on this platform and we each put $2, how much is that? $40,000. We shall have it. And it will go a long way to do the campaign without asking for any money from a Muzungu. Without begging the same Muzungu, then he come to say, I gave you my money, I want you to do me favors. I want Africans to help me themselves. Of course, I have my own little money. I've already set it aside. I've set the secretariat in Zimbabwe. I've set the secretariat in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. That one is going to officially work from May. And I have everything set in Tanzania. In Kenya, I have my offices will remain there and remain open. And there will be a secretariat. Johannesburg will be a secretariat. And Delon, there you are. You might be heading a secretariat in Johannesburg. Harare, already they have set an office with some few friends of mine who have been there with me since 1998. So in North Africa, we have set, but the most impressive office, which has even collected funds, is Lagos. The lecturers of Ibadan University, who love me, who love my Pan-Africanism. Professor Oyodie and others. Thank you very much. They have set an office already. They are printing the manifesto. They are writing, cleaning the English, and you'll soon see the manifesto of Dr. Masanga and the Mr. Bahar, who is the former foreign minister of Algeria. So by June, we shall publish our manifesto, our secretariat, our contacts number, our skeleton of campaigners, where Dr. Alfred, now you want to miss a space. Samson, you want to miss a space. Trisha, all of you will be on this platform working, and we shall get the votes. And that is how we are going to do it. We have nothing. Nobody will stop us. And let the votes be counted. That's it. Even if I get a vote for my country, Uganda, Emerson Mnangagwa will not refuse to give me a vote. I have been his friend. I've never asked him for business. I'm only asking for a vote. You know, he knows me for what I have done for that country. Kagame will not refuse to give me a vote. Then why were we in the bush together? Why does he not give a fellow soldier a vote who has risen to this rank? So, ladies and gentlemen, here where Mama Suluhu will not refuse me a vote. Chakwera, these are people who know my name. If they Nyusi, if they are in AU, they will stop and greet me. And what have I done? I'm only recapturing this AU for them. I'm recapturing. I've saved so many people from going to jail in Africa. I've saved Babuko. I've saved Bemba. Without me talking so hard on Bemba, he was going to be jailed. Without me talking hard on Uhuru and Ruto, they were going to be jailed. I'm the only one who stood in 2008 and made noise like a madman on television in Kenya. I said, these people are going to jail. These cases are fake. So God doesn't stop. God doesn't forget. And I'm here. So what haven't I done? My country was the only hindrance, but my countries agreed that we shall put your name there. Because if they don't put my name there, then I go for the presidency together with Samson, isn't it? We fight it there. Yes, the alternatives, we fight it there, and we split the vote. Let it be counted. Let them count. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be contributing on those strengths. Samson, as my countrymen and countryman, thank you, all of you who have come back. Mkaketo, I can see. Next week, when the list passes, Mkaketo, don't forget to sign that list, because I've seen the good ideas that you have. Very good. Even if on this, in this contribution, let there be a treasurer, let there be a secretary, not me. We shall choose a person, trusted person. I don't want to see the money. I will only manage the money through View Sasa. I want to know what is there. I'll set up the instruments. You throw in $2, $10, $5, 20,000, 30,000 Africans. I will have gone, and my manifesto will be out in June. That will add to what we can do. It can make the secretariat work. Who knows? Dagote is my friend. If he sees I'm serious on the campaign, he will call me and give me the money. But I don't want money given to you, then you are controlled by them. I want my own resources, which I have, which I will make available at that time. Thank you, Samson.
Thank you, Dr. Masanga. I don't think I'll talk for long. I missed most of whatever was discussed. Everything was so well discussed. It was a good topic. But first, I'll go back to what you've been talking about. I would propose that during this time, most of the discussions that we have been making are so fruitful. I wish you could open a Patreon account so that each member who comes on to talk here, or even to listen, can join and can be able to listen when the discussion is already gone. So I would propose, if people are serious with Africa, they should support you, and they should have contributions which are monthly. It will be about $5 per individual, and that will open up to what would become a very good resource, both in knowledge and as if you missed whatever is spoken today, you can go back and just replay whatever you missed. Like today, many people missed. I was busy, I was coming on and off, but I would go back and find the same in the Patreon account. I hope that can be achieved, and that can be the first step to monetizing whatever we discuss.
And you are an accountant by profession. Can you open that Patreon account?
I will send you the information so that you open it in your names.
Yes.
Yes, so that you can be able...
For a fund on Africa World Media, which is a registered company, well, it pays taxes in the United Kingdom, and it is a media house. It owns several companies across in Africa, one or two companies, but that will be that is okay. Send it and that's it. It is a company. It's your money. If you whatever remains there after elections, you take it. It's not, or you decide which country we can give $1,000 to take. You know, we could make a monument. We can make a monument. We can do anything with it as African youth. You see, you don't know how good all of you could come at one place and help each other. You know, it is not only people at home who can make circles. Circles can be, societies can be made even by people you don't know. As long as you contribute that money every month, you are a member and are recognized. And that is what we should aim at. Senior people like Bento from Zimbabwe. These are people who have been there. They have been in a struggle. Some of us have been in a struggle. We did for nothing. We don't put rewards. So there you are. Thank you very much. Samson, go ahead.
Yeah, and lastly, maybe I'll just contribute slowly a small bit about why African currencies. I wouldn't say they are useless, but they have been rendered useless because of using the dollar. So I one time spoke about making sure we have the African currencies lifted up. And I'm seeing, it seems like much as it was a far thought some time back, many people are now taking it up. Like Kenyan government has decided to do its trade in buying fuel in its own currency, opening an LP so that you don't use the dollars that the little dollars that you have in the country. It has been using almost half a billion every month. So it squeezes all the money and then the dollar goes up. But if we have the dollar being not becoming a very important issue in a country's transactions, just like how China is trying to do with US, with Brazil with China, I think things become leveled up because we've been pegged, all our things have been pegged to the dollar. And once the dollar is very important, it looks like whatever we do is useless. So if somebody controls you with a dollar, then however much you grow your crops and whatever you have, then you can do nothing. But if you have your own price and determine your own price with your own currency, like how the Gaddafi was trying to do by determining his own currency using his oil and gold, then that would turn around everything very fast. And I'm seeing, and I won't talk much, but I see this is all over the internet. August this year might be a turning point in the dollar. August this year, because that's when most of the transactions are going to change. So what happens? Are Africans going to be left behind? Can't we use our own gold? We actually have the instruments that formulate the concept of currencies. We own more gold, but we control nothing of that gold. So if we have our gold, the time is not yet gone. Many countries have the gold. So right now, if they take this opportunity, Africa can rise. We can manipulate our own currencies based on the gold we have. And then we can have our own economy revived again. I won't take a lot of time. Dr. Masanga, thank you very much. I hope we meet again.
Samson, thank you very much. Don't forget to send me those forms for me to tell my secretariat in Nairobi, Stephen, my general manager, you have had. We need to fill those forms and you attach every details. Then it can be we do like what we have done on other accounts, so that is special, put there for the Twitter account. I will deal with you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tonight. Thank you for your listening. And do well, analysts, you have something to say, because you were cut off, and you want to signal somebody. Meanwhile, radio in Nairobi, can you prepare a farewell song to us? I still love Tanzania, but if you can play for Dr. Oliver Mtukudzi, I think doctor from Zimbabwe today, and since they come from southern part of Africa, they will be happy to listen to Oliver Mtukudzi, or the only man that who died in South Africa that I admired, Chris Hani. Chris Hani was my man. If Chris Hani had been there, South Africa would be different today. But unfortunately, the agents of assassination killed Chris Hani. When I met him in Tanzania, this young man, no. He was radical, more radical than Malema. Wow. But it's okay. Thank you very much. Pray us Oliver Mtukudzi to send us home. Thank you. Unless somebody has something to say, Bento, you have come too late. You can put up your hand. You can, Trisha, today you have been quiet completely. Thank you very much. Mukaketo, you have been so good. Dagada, you have come late, but you are not very far. Jen, you have stuck with us in the thickness and the thinness. BL, you have always been there for me. I thank you so much for that. And Cuisine organization. Which cuisine is this? You should be advertising your food here. Cuisine, what do you make? Do you eat food? Do you make food, African food? Which one? Which country? So that we can tell people to be buying your food. And thank you very much, Sam, and all of you. Radio Punchline Africa, take the stage to send us home. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The song will play when you are tired. You just go and sleep. But thank you. We continue communicating on phone and like each other, tag each other. Thank you.